Just zoop. Look at it go. Okay, you can stop now. All right, we are live. Welcome, folks, to our live stream, designing for live stream that we have been promising for years now. We're here. We are. Hey, Boom Gardener. Gooms and I are here to rank all the Kirby games, plus Smash Bros games, because Smash Bros is a canonical Kirby spinoff.
Well, kind of.
Close enough. So for those of you who are inexplicably tuning in for the first time to this session, welcome. We have over 100 episodes of us, plus some of our friends, running through a bunch of different Kirby games that we've recorded over the past, gosh, 5-6 years. Playing sporadically, of course. There have been we've skipped some time to explore other series, but we've always come back to Kirby over the years as new games came out. I labeled this the thumbnail for this as the finale, but this isn't the last we're ever going to talk about Kirby. For one, I do not expect us to run through the entire series just in this thumbnail, or just in this session. There are a lot of games to cover.
I expect it to be even harder within the thumbnail.
Yes, you have to. If you squint really, really closely, you can see that actually every individual pixel that that's making it up is a Kirby game. Hey, Astrid.
It's just so low of resolution that you aren't able to tell what color each game represents, so you'll never be able to decipher it.
Oh, hey, lucky us. The music just switched over to an actual Kirby song. For folks who are wondering, in the background I've got some, just so that we've got some music going. These are all OC Remix covers from a playlist that I use, just an easy listening playlist. I can provide links to specific songs or the overall playlist if there's interest. Probably I'll add it to the description at a later time. But pretty simple. Odds are good that you've seen this sort of thing before. This is actually my first time doing a big public tier ranking live stream. But basically, I put together this list on TierMaker. I've got all these games. We're going to take our time to talk about them and place them in the tier list. Also, I don't know, I can't imagine the amount of time per game will take too terribly long. There are 49 games. Now, granted, some of these we're going to file away right away because we didn't play them, but still, it's gonna take us a bit. But we'll see. We'll play her by ear. Wonder why I'm not showing up in the chat feed. Ah, darn, is that bugged? Oh, no, there you are. Maybe it just took a little bit to warm up. Okay, there we go. Seems to be playing nice now. Sorry about that, Boom Gardener. I suppose I can actually have the broadcast running silently in the side here as well, since not super intensive, lets me monitor chat as well as monitoring chat. I don't know. I figured the way we'll do this as well is Gooms and I will have a conversation about these. Rankings will reflect what we agree upon. Not necessarily. We're gonna have some different takes on some of these games, but I'm sure we'll come to a consensus on stuff. Folks in chat, you are more than welcome to weigh in on things here and there. Tell us we're crazy or whatever. But yeah, just gonna be fairly casual, low key stream.
For those opinions, you should go kick a boulder barefooted.
Should take a long walk off a short pier.
I don't think pier's that short.
His memory serves, he's about my height, so decidedly not. But yeah, Gooms, do you have anything to add to proceedings?
Not
Right at
really.
the top.
I guess let's start just by filing away the ones we didn't play.
All right, yeah. Crazy for ranking Toy Box where you currently have a TBH, which is a nice segue to what you said, Gooms. We'll go ahead and mark away the 3 games that we haven't played. Kirby's Toy Box, the Satellaview minigame collection that I believe is kind of lost media these days. 3D Classics Kirby's Adventure, a remake of Kirby's Adventure on the 3DS with some added features, and Kirby's Extra Yarn, a 3DS port of regular Epic Yarn that features Prince Fluff on the box art, despite unpersoning Prince Fluff as a playable character. Go figure.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That's pretty oof.
Oh, hey, Jared. Hey, Dockwater. Yeah, everything else I believe we've played. So, I figured we could just go through things chronologically, have it organized as such here.
Yeah.
So, let's start from the very beginning.
Yep.
I should actually, just because I have a feeling we're going to be scrolling up and down a bit. Let me just set this up here. This is a color. There. Yep. There we go. Kirby's Dreamland.
Wait.
Yep.
What, you can click pin images. You don't have to do that.
Spooky, but true. Okay. So, Kirby's Dreamland, the one that started it all. It's good.
Yeah, it is good. I think it doesn't have much game, which is obviously the weakness of it, but I think each individual level is really strong in it, especially if you compare it to the kinds of platformers that existed on the Game Boy at the time, which wasn't very many.
Mhm.
Like, I think it's definitely superior to like your Super Mario Lands and your Castlevania The Adventures.
Mhm.
I think each level is very distinct and has a lot of energy. I think the extra mode goes a long way towards adding some actual difficulty in a way that Kirby wouldn't actually have for quite a while, at least until like Superstar with the arena. It's probably the next time Kirby would have any real difficulty. Unless you count Puyo Puyo being difficult. But,
yes, but that's always a weird one to qualify because it inherited that difficulty. It wasn't its own.
Yeah. I think it's a game that's like, just because it's simple doesn't work against it, because that's clearly part of the design intent, and it plays with the inhale mechanic, and makes that the core of the gameplay a lot more than any other Kirby game, because it doesn't have copy abilities, obviously. You can compare it to other Game Boy games, like I just played it recently, but it's not coming to mind. Trip World. Trip World reminds me of Kirby's Dream Land a lot. That's a very obscure little Game Boy game which has this similar kind of vibe of go through a short level, fight a boss, and then
Mhm.
do that a couple times, and then it's over before you know it.
Mhm.
But like, especially considering um, they didn't have any save capabilities on the Game Boy, and it's just meant to be something to use up time while you're on a camping trip or whatever.
Mhm.
Like, I think it does a pretty damn good job for what it is.
Mhm.
So I'm thinking like D or A, honestly.
I can respect that. It's I I'm gonna have to be paradigming shift words. I'm gonna have to be changing how I think about like ranking stuff in general for this list, just because I'm used to. I've been on the backlogged grind set for so long. I think of things relative to everything, but I'm gonna want to try to pitch that back to relative to within the series for this. Uh, I think within the scope of the Kirby series, Dreamland is a really great start because it's a deceptively simple start. I think I've told the story of I tried writing a walkthrough for it years and years ago before I realized this isn't really a game that warrants a walkthrough, and that's true. But at the same time, it you can look at that from both halves of the equation. The base game is so simple that it doesn't really warrant a walkthrough. The extra mode also doesn't really warrant a walkthrough because the way it's modified the game hasn't really required a lot of nuanced re-examination of what the game is or secrets or anything like that. Well, except for the moon, of course, but that's you don't write a walkthrough for a moon. Um,
Yeah.
the way it modifies the game is more like, okay, you've met this base level. Now let's see if you've got the stuff to keep up with that. For such a tiny game, it really respects a lot of the player's abilities to engage with what it is and the scope of what it is. Um,
Simple isn't necessarily a detriment, but there is the thing of like you want it to actually eat up time, and
mhm,
um, I would be worried that like imagine someone got the game for their birthday and that's the only game they have, um, and it costs their parents $30, and now uh, that's all they have is but to play the game over and over and over again. Like it probably wouldn't have hurt to have a little more content, but
um, specifically within the scope of being part of the library. So, like, as it exists for kids these days, most kids are going to play it through NSO. And that's
yeah,
a great context to encounter it by because you can experience it on the go. It's not the focus of your library, but it's a component of your library. And it's something that you can experiment with here and there, but when you're done with it, you're done with it. If you want to go back to it, it's still there, and there are ways to modify it uh, to um, to alter your play experience, but only if it's something that you did end up connecting with.
for better or worse, games are a lot more disposable these days, which doesn't necessarily mean that you can't like games or value them, but it means that um, you're much more inclined to move on to the next thing just because there's so many things demanding your attention
Mhm.
these days. Uh, so if you didn't have as many other things demanding your attention, I could see how Kirby's Dream on One would be a little disappointing.
Mhm. Yeah, I've known people who didn't get into the Kirby series who played through Dreamland 1 and were like, that's it?
Yeah,
And I can kind of sympathize with that take. But I also think that it's kind of appropriately enough, it's along the lines of the issue that Star Allies has, where it's eventually a great game, but you have to be invested in Kirby in order to see that. I think Kirby's Dream Land asks way less investment on the behalf of the player. And it's more understandable to me that a player might walk away from Dreamland going, yeah, I don't know, guys. But I still think what it has to offer is still pretty good. And like you said, within the context of early Game Boy, within the context of game designers still figuring out what they could do in this environment, and of course in the context of Sakurai being 19 when he directed the game, I don't know. I think it's pretty solid. I would probably go B myself.
That seems about what I'm leaning towards. Yeah.
Let's see. I also love the final cutscene and how it shows how Kirby and DDD will shift so early on. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That merits mention as well. For as simple of a game as it is, lots of great animation, even right out the gate. DDD is just so much fun to see in motion.
Yeah. And lest us not forget that it's the first game with Master Hand in it.
Also true. Master Hand and the Butterfly both appear in that game first.
Yes.
But all right. Next is Kirby's Adventure.
I'll let you do this one first.
Let's see. I do worry now that we've put Dreamland way too high, because I feel like Kirby's Adventure is notably stronger than Dreamland, but I also don't think it's quite A tier. Adventure is really good. I'm just putting it somewhere so that it's more visible. Adventure is really good in... it's a lovely swan song for the original Nintendo. Not quite the last game on the console, but the last popularly remembered title. It's a...
Rip Star Tropics 2.
Oh, well, yes. Star Tropics 2 and Mega Man 6 came out after it, to be fair. But
yeah.
Neither of those are quite on the same level of Adventure. Adventure is a great showcase of what the console was capable of. It's, of course, where we first get abilities, where we... I feel like it's the point that Kirby starts to develop a true identity for itself. Base Dreamland is, of course, extremely important for what Kirby is, but I feel like Adventure is where you start to see the more surreal side of Kirby. Like Dreamland was always a fantasy world, but Adventure feels like the first time Kirby is an alien world. And that's always an interesting aspect of the series to see teased out. It's of course the first time that DDD's nature as maybe not so bad first crops up. I especially
said it was in there a little bit in Dreamland 1, but
yes,
more explicit here.
Mm-hmm. What else? I really like the experimentation that it's going for. Like we look at it, so it introduces the idea of Kirby having abilities. Obviously, not everything in the first iteration is going to be a winner, but I really respect that the team came up with a lot of abilities to try out early on. And so you get a lot of really neato weird experiments like laser or like light or we're so used to suplex as an ability that having backdrop and throw separately as offers is weird. But I like that those are the types of things that Sakurai and the team wanted to experiment with early on for things Kirby can do. I think Kirby is nothing if not an experimental series, and I like that. Given the baseline set by Dreamland, Adventure is like, okay, well, let's do this and let's see what all of these other things can look like. I'd still say, given the evolution of the series, Kirby isn't there yet. It's going to take a few games before Kirby really starts to come into its own. But Adventure is a great sophomore outing, I think.
For me, I really, really respect Kirby's Adventure. I think it is kind of an art project in a way that even the rest of the Kirby series isn't. It's like almost an art house game, just in the way it uses its backgrounds and gets the most out of its system. It very few else on the console looks nearly as good as Kirby's Adventure does. Between stuff like the Nightmare Orb using really impressive pseudo parallax. The NES couldn't do parallax, but the way that it layers, it makes multiple layers of, and you scroll down as the fight goes on, gives the impression that it's really full 3D effect there. And like, of course, there's the spinning tower butter building. That looks fully 3D.
Yes.
There's the putting the entirety of Kirby's Dreamland 1 into a single level, pretty much. Nothing like that had ever been done before, and like you see that sort of idea sometimes these days with like Throwback Galaxy and Mario Galaxy 2, or Spring Breeze and in Superstar. So it's not. There was the Super Mario Brothers 3 thing in Color Splash, so it's not really that unique of an idea now. It's always neat to see just a total reference there, but I think that was the earliest example I can think of in any video game, and it did it so thoroughly too.
It's it's striking as well because it's an example of like when a Mario RPG will have a 2D Mario show up. A lot of the appeal of that is, whoa, that's a throwback. But Adventure only came out a year after Dreamland. It's weird to think of that being a throwback, but it kind of was. And it's there's a novelty as well to getting that juxtaposition of presentation and just trusting that the player will get it. When it's a
throwback in a different sort of way, because it's a throwback of like, you could only fit so much on the Game Boy, but here's what a console could do, instead of like, here's what we can do in modern times. It's like, here's what we can do on a console hardware.
Yes. It's we'll get to Nightmare and Dreamland later. We're not really considering that here, but for the sake of storytelling, my first Kirby game was Nightmare and Dreamland. So I hadn't played the original Dreamland before it, but when I hit that one stage in the remake, I instantly recognized, oh, this is supposed to be a throwback to the first game. And I think that speaks a lot to the confidence, with that carried over from Adventure, I think that speaks a lot to the confidence of doing that in Adventure, of trusting that the player will get that it's going for something, and there's novelty in going for this specific thing.
Hello.
Hey,
Yeah. But outside of that, it plays with its level design a lot, and it seems to have very specific ideas of how you should use copy abilities in certain areas.
Mhm.
Whereas later Kirby games kind of relegate your copy ability use either to whatever you feel like or very specific puzzle rooms, um,
Yes.
which which works too. But I do kind of miss when they would like make big sections designed around the wheel ability or the laser ability or the parasol, like when you're dropping down with the parasol, or rolling over the hills with the wheel ability, or all the angles with the laser
Mhm.
ability and sniping enemies that way. Um, and there's that room with the suplex ability where all of the enemies are perfectly lined up to grab and throw. Um, I would say each individual level isn't strictly memorable, but each room in each level is intensely memorable, um,
Mhm.
which uh, kind of gives the game a unique feeling of like you're ambling through it and just here's a neat thing and oh it's this neat thing and it's this neat thing, and it makes the game feel longer than it is,
Mhm.
because you're constantly experiencing new things at you. um, it's like the first game to introduce a mini boss rush uh, in the Kirby series, which was novel at the time, and had the actual boss rush too at the end of the game.
Yes.
Uh, I would say it's one of the first to really have mini bosses in general in video games. I think Kirby is uh, gets doesn't get enough credit for really defining what it means to have a mini boss. Um, Dreamland One had some things like Poppy Brothers Senior,
Mhm.
um, but in there it really felt like this is what a video game mini boss is going to be, and it gave Kirby its identity as having a little more combat focus than other platformers.
Mhm.
Um, and if you think of the game as each copy ability as not what it would become later, in that it's just like an extension of Kirby's moveset in a way,
Mhm.
and you're always expected to have a copy ability. If you compare it to its contemporaries, which are power-ups, um, I think
Oh,
Kirby,
sure.
I think Kirby favored compares remarkably well to like Mario 3 having like 5 power-ups. Um,
It, that's true. Yeah.
so honestly, the game just experiments so much, and it um, has a lot of artistry, and it might be dated in some ways, but I think what it fundamentally is and what it's going for as a video game, I respect too much to not put it in A.
I can agree with that. Um, I think you've said in the past as well that uh, specifically laser, but I think you can apply that to a lot of the abilities in adventure. You could design an entire game around that, and adventure just keeps throwing out new abilities, new offers that could be an entire game if the game design was decided to hyper analyze this specific mechanic and its interactions.
Amazing graphics for poor performance unless you're overclocking with 3DS. Yeah, I understand that it is a very laggy game, but
I have played it on console, come to think of it.
for me personally, that's not a thing that really bothers me. I'm if it's I kind of view games in terms of what they are artistically, not what they are technically. It would be kind of akin to me, for me, to say, I really like this book, but it was printed in a really ugly font. That's uh, fair enough to judge your experience based off of that, but I don't really view it as the essence of the book. In the same way, I don't view glitches in a video game as the essence of the game, if that makes sense.
Me designing a game around sleep. You joke, but remember those rooms in Superstar where you have to avoid the sleep pedestals. There's legitimately stuff you can do with that. Also, since this was an interesting question earlier, do you think Adventure would be better if it had bigger but fewer levels? I
I don't think so.
I think a different game could be better with bigger but fewer levels. But what Adventure specifically is going for, I think works very well for its specific template.
Yeah. Also, really strong boss fights in Kirby's Adventure, especially when outside of Punch Out, boss fights were honestly pretty weak in video games up to this point.
On the NES, yeah.
On the NES, but just in general, boss fights, like, it's rare to find a game with very strong boss fights before the 90s.
Yeah, come to think of it, I'm trying to be contrary and think of like this was 93, so you had some Super Nintendo and Genesis offerings, but even to that point, like what Super Mario World is a phenomenal game, but there's a reason why most Kaizo hacks either use Atomic Boo or invent something wholesale. Like RPGs can have interesting bosses, but that's a different type of boss design.
And in Adventure, it was unique in that you were having high concept things with, like, Paint Roller was summoning other things in a time when that concept was never seen in bosses. You had Mr. Shine and Mr. Bright acting in tandem. You had the multi-phase nightmare fight, one of which was a shmup segment. And the other segment had a completely unique power-up in it. So, like, I would say that the bosses are far and away a huge improvement above pretty much everything ahead of it, before it, besides Punch-Out. And Punch-Out's literally only the boss fights.
Yes. Finally, it merits mention that, if nothing else, Kirby's Adventure, not really the measure we're going to use for most of these games, but it deserves respect for basically single-handedly saving HAL Laboratories from bankruptcy. I believe, if I remember the story correctly, a lot of rough business decisions and a lack of critical or commercial successes for HAL in the late 80s and early 90s had the company in a really rough position. Nintendo bailed HAL out, which is why HAL's kind of a second party for Nintendo. But a big part of the turnaround came from Kirby's Adventure being a game developed to be a budget game and a budget release, but also just really selling gangbusters for people who still held on to their NESs. So, again, I don't know that that's the measure we're going to take for all of these games, but it merits mention as long as we're running through all of these. But, all right. I'm pretty good with adventurous placement, so let's move on to Pinball Land. Again, just moving it somewhere so that it's easier to see. Pinball Land's good. It's fine.
It's pinball.
It's pinball. I recently ran through Revenge of the Gator, another pinball game for the early Game Boy that I now realize is what Pinball Land is based on. A very similar suite of mechanics.
Probably the same engine even.
Wouldn't surprise me, yeah. The way it thinks about representing pinball on a handheld is very similar. Where you've got the big table that's split into sections that it flits between as you're going through.
It has the same animation when when the ball falls through the flippers.
Yeah.
But you get another shot with Kirby and Revenge of the Gator. You don't.
Yes. So you're effectively using the temporary tier despite having gotten rid of it. Well, I'm just saying, it's. I mean, otherwise it's like, yeah, we're doing this one. Look, I'm picking this game. I don't know. I have a soft spot for Pinball Land because it was among my first Kirby games. I got Nightmare in Dreamland, was like, this is incredible, and basically got got as many of the Game Boy games as I could back in, would have been 03. So I got Dreamland 1, Dreamland 2, and Pinball Land in pretty rapid succession. That being said, I don't think it's great. I think it's fine. It's a fine game. It's cute. The little character animations are really fun. I like the original music for it. There's novelty in seeing specifically Dreamland 1 and Adventure converted into a series of pinball boards. But I don't really have a whole lot besides that.
I think it's fine, but for a game that's like high score based, it's not a game that I come back to as much as a lot of other similar games, I guess, that go for a similar thing. I don't know what it is, but maybe it's just that the Game Boy can't handle fast movement as well as other consoles. You can't handle as many sprites on screen. You have to, just out of necessity, you have to have multiple tables and wait for each table to load and go between them. Pinball games in general are kind of a difficult sell for me, though I've recently got into Metroid Prime Pinball, which is very good, and I would probably go to that one instead. But of course, that was
years later. It's funny hearing that because I know you are not fond of the team's previous effort with Mario Pinball Land.
Yeah. Metroid Prime Pinball focuses on where it should be, on the
a ball-shaped character who should be a ball-shaped character.
Well, yes, and it focuses on maximizing your high score counter, whereas Mario Pinball Land tries really hard to make it into a quest, which, when you apply that to a pinball game, what that essentially means is we're going to force you to do really finicky shots, and you will make no progress until you make that third finicky shot. I think pinball's at its strongest when there's like a survivability element to it. And like combo multipliers and whatnot. But yeah, for Kirby Pinball Land, I guess I can't say there's a lot of other Well, I did like the Crush series, Alien Crush and Devil's Crush on the TurboGrafx. Those are really good.
Oh, sure.
But those were considered like the um, of the gold standard for pinball games at the time. Um, like even the people that are really into pinball are usually stick their nose up at video game convergence because it doesn't have the accuracy they want out of a video game pinball game. But even they will say, "No, okay, these are pretty good." And um, and I think one thing that might have been nice to have more of in Kirby's Pinball Land is more stuff that can't be done in a regular pinball machine. Um, because that is the advantage of having a video pinball game is that you aren't um, tied to real world physics. So you can have like power ups, you can have uh, your ball teleporting, you can have enemies popping out of nowhere or moving around in weird patterns or whatever nonsense that you usually see in video games that you couldn't build a physical machine out of, but could be interesting to explore in a video game form. Um,
That's interesting. Yeah, so it's to put it another way, Kirby's Pinball Land is a solid enough pinball simulation, but it's not really taking advantage of the video game medium.
yeah, and
It,
it's a solid enough pinball simulation with the asterisk of yes, it's a pinball simulation, but it's also like a cutesy Kirby game, and it's also on the Game Boy, which is going to come with a lot of inherent limitations. So
sure.
like it kind of makes the game feel like it doesn't understand what it wants to be all that much,
Mhm.
which is a little bit of a shame. But like it's fine. I don't want to be too hard on it, but it's fine.
Yeah, it's probably about where I'm at. It's like I said, I'm very fond of it because it was an early game for me in the series, but it says a lot that I've never beaten it, nor have I really had the motivation to beat it.
Yeah.
It's just been a nice game to play for a little bit here and there.
Mhm.
Uh, ranking wise, where do we put it? I suppose we haven't really defined where the bad line starts here. Um,
Um, D feels mean
mhm.
if you're thinking in general, but I think it honestly goes D in comparison to the rest of the Kirby series. But we'll move things around as it goes on.
Yeah, I think I'm fair with that, accepting that we might futz with stuff. Like,
Yeah.
if we play something, we can always revisit it. You folks in chat can raise a stink and make us reconsider stuff affectionately. Um, so yeah, I'm okay with that being where we start out here. With that,
Uh-huh.
uh, the bell curve is skewed against it. Also a good way to put it. All right, moving on, we've got Kirby's Dream Course. Again, just a place to put
Yeah.
it. This is one that I really want to revisit. During our live stream playthrough, we basically just did multiplayer, as I recall. We didn't actually
Uh-huh.
sit down to try for running through the campaign. I'm given to understand it's a deceptively hard campaign, like one of the most difficult games in the series. A weird qualifier for a golf game, but you know.
Yeah.
Um, but it's. I think this is a game that, or the impression I get is that this is a game that people really get a lot out of if there's someone who's sunk a lot of time into it. Like if you're someone who is looking for a skill ceiling, uh, I understand that Dream Course is a game that has a lot to give to the player.
Uh-huh.
Um,
It feels like a game I could get very into,
Mhm.
because I tend to really like golf games. This strategy of lining up the shot, and everyone
Mhm.
kind of controls a little differently. So I haven't got there yet with Dream Course, but maybe someday.
Sure. No Kirby music. I've got a playlist of OC remix tracks playing in the background. Some Kirby tracks mixed in there. Mostly it was I just wanted to have a playlist of stuff I could use on stream that wouldn't be targeted by copyright claims or what have you. Um, Unfortunately, the particulars of my relationship with Dream Course, again, to this point, it is a game I want to spend more time with in the future. But my relationship with Dream Course to this point means I'm not really sure where to place it. Um, I like that it incorporates abilities and stuff like that. I think the way it incorporates Kirby iconography is neat. Um, it has potential, but we can't rank it purely based on the potential that we hope for it.
People who like Dream Course really like it, but when I tried to play a few years back, I couldn't get into it. Just did not feel like I could get comfortable controlling my shots at all. That's how I felt at first, but I'm kind of getting there with it. The thing about any golf game is um, you have to experiment more than you think, and you can't just accept, well, here is the shot that is always going to be. You have to, um, if you try a different shot and you keep trying different shots, then eventually um, you do piece together how the ball is going to work. Um, and a lot of it is math and figuring out where not to rely on the information that the game provides for you. Because if a golf game told you exactly where the ball was going to go before you made your shot, there wouldn't be any video game. Um, so the game is about, any golf game is about trying to piece together that gap. Um, I really enjoy it, but it means that any golf game is going to take a little bit of a investment when you get over that learning curve and try to figure out what information it doesn't tell you and how you're supposed to get that information yourself. But
It's I definitely we've you and I have had a couple conversations over the years about golf games. You can see, you, the viewer at home, can watch some of that by reviewing our playthrough of Golf Story. But a big part of what I got out of Golf Story was seeing that process, that iterative process of going, okay, well, it's golf. I've played Mario Golf. I know what golf is. But having that gradual relationship of, no, you take the time to kind of sort it out, and there's a lot more going on than just lining up a shot and sinking it.
right, if you have to figure, you have to realize that if you just line up the shot and sink it, then there wouldn't be a game. It would just be uh, clicking the button twice and then you win instantly every time.
Mhm.
And I don't want to say that people are wrong for thinking that way. I think that way. When I was first tried most of the golf games I've tried,
Mhm.
but you got to get out of that. You got to get out of that mindset and instead uh, understand that the game isn't going to tell you everything,
Mhm.
and that's where the uh, figuring out the math of like how the ball is going to roll with this much slope, or if the game has a wind, how uh, the ball is going to move when it has wind. Um, Even though it doesn't explicitly tell you that the ball will fly in this direction. Or sometimes games have rain, and that will impact how far you can putt or how far you can shoot your shot. Different traction on the ground, like a fast fairway and Mario Golf Toadstool Tour, will make the ball roll really far, but only after it lands on it. So that's where all of the nuance comes out in these games, is in the information it doesn't tell you. But as for Dream Course in particular, I can definitely feel that it has all that, and I'm not quite comfortable with it yet, but I feel like I could be, so I'm sort of in the middle with it.
Yeah, it's I think if this was a tier list of all the golf games ever made, I actually think we'd kind of have a similar conversation about it right now, coming from the other perspective of, well, this isn't doing. I'm kind of in the middle of this. It could be doing more as a golf simulation, but some of its high concept offers, inherited from the Kirby series, are really kind of fun, and it could be a lot duller as a simulation. So it could be a lot worse. I kind of feel just right down the middle is probably a safe place for it at this point.
Yeah.
I don't think that kind of thing is for me, TBH. That just sounds exhausting, which I think is also a fair take. And again, a reflection of essential placements of kind of okay, this is good for what it is. It's not for me. And that's perfectly fair as well. I think, again, within the continuum of Kirby as a series, this is a good experiment to have, even if it's not a thing that proves to be worth sticking with. Fuck, now I gotta watch the whole retrospective. I promise no spoilers. Actually, I don't promise that at all. But I still promise that it's worth seeing stuff, even after we get into spoilers for some of the later stuff. Worth at least seeing some of our inane conversations and initial reactions to stuff. But yeah, I guess it feels weird having Dream Course in a separate category from Pinball Land, because I kind of feel like these exist in the same place for me. But I would definitely put Dream Course over Pinball Land.
I think Dream Course has a lot more potential depth than Pinball Land has, to be honest.
That I'd agree with, yeah. All right, we'll go ahead and leave it at that then, which brings us next to Kirby's Avalanche, or as they say in game,
Squishy.
Kirby's Avalanche.
Squishy.
Squisher. I mean, it's Puyo Puyo.
Yep. I mean, it is one of the most enduring puzzle games for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, it isn't Puyo Puyo Su, which means that at a high level, it is going to devolve into who can set up the major massive chain first, and then they instantly win because it doesn't have trading back and forth and defensive play by doing small chains to stop their chain. So that does... I'm not saying that I'm at a high level to understand the massive combos and chains people can get, but that does stick in the back of my mind that, like, yeah, I could see how this would be unfortunate. Um,
Uh,
and which is why they addressed it in later Puyo Puyo games.
I will fully admit I'm going to defer to your wisdom on this one, just because Puyo Puyo is a series I've always struggled to get into.
Yeah,
I love it. I love the gameplay. I colorblind. I have a lot of
yeah,
issues
fair.
actually playing it. It I like the only Puyo Puyo I've ever been consistently decent at is the one in Timon and Pumbaa's jungle games because it uses a different color palette. So I can actually see, okay, this is more distinctly green versus more distinctly yellow or whatever. Um,
Yeah,
uh,
I think the modern versions of Puyo Puyo with like Puyo Puyo Tetris and whatnot have customizable color palettes, but I'm not sure.
oh, I didn't know that. That's neat.
Yeah,
Um, yeah, it's admittedly I have not played any of the more recent ones, so something for me to look into. Um, I know you've done some with shapes too.
yeah.
Shapes.
The Puyo Puyos do have distinct shapes, which is an intent, but
Mhm.
like when they're trying something with that, but I can understand how the shapes look really similar when you're in the thick of it.
Mhm. Um, it's sort of an interesting thing to throw in the middle of a Kirby series ranking, though, because it is just a reskin of Puyo Puyo. So the question becomes, do we rank it based on the merit of excuse me, do we rank it based on the merit of its gameplay, in which case this could just as easily be a Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine? Or do we rank
Yeah,
it based on the merit of um, what it is as a Kirby game, which is to say, probably the only canonical appearance of American Kirby. Now, granted, I really like American Kirby. It's
yeah,
not necessarily my preferred take on the character, but I have kind of a soft spot for making him a little jerkwad, kicking everyone's butts and stuff. Um,
especially since you don't always have time to measure. Oh, that's a hexagon versus this is an octagon again, 0.03 seconds. Yeah,
yes.
exactly. And Puyo Puyo, while it tries to have distinct shapes, they are all blobby shapes, so like they're not that different.
Mhm. It's I think when I play Puyo Puyo, I'm trying to pay attention to where the tail is, which of course is
Yeah.
tricky once you start squishing some of them together. Um,
Um, I think it's really cute the cutscenes uh, between matches, but I think those cutscenes exist in other versions of Puyo Puyo also, and are all similarly cute.
mhm.
Um, like in the original Puyo Puyo, you eventually fight Satan, I think.
Yeah, but he's
And
kind of a loser, as I recall.
yeah, and then there's like this muscular fish guy and all kinds of wacky characters.
The muscular fish guy, I believe, just loves dancing. That's his entire characterization.
Yes.
He's just a let's dancing kind of guy.
Um, I also do respect Puyo Puyo on like a meta level because um, it was sort of uh, the casual slash women's. Not to say that women play casual games, but there is something of an overlap in those demographics in Japan. Um, it allowed women and casual gamers to have sort of their own version of Street Fighter 2 in the arcades, which I think is really neat.
Oh, that's fun. I didn't know that.
Yeah, like for a while, Puyo Puyo was like the it was a very popular, also ran uh, in the same vein. as fighting games because it was a competitive game that the rules were simple, but there was a lot of um, depth and skill that could be gotten out of it.
And that makes sense to me, yeah. With Pinball Land being there, it feels like a high D for some reason. That honestly feels like a fine placement for me. D's ranking is sort of becoming a place for games that are fine, but insofar as the series is concerned, doesn't really add or do a whole lot for it.
I vibe with that, especially in context like from a gender perspective. Yeah, like I believe there were some pretty standout female pro Puyo Puyo players back in the day.
Yeah, absolutely not a scene that I'm familiar with, so that's fun to hear.
Yeah.
I can't think of anything I really want to add to that. I guess the only other thing is Avalanche kind of feels like the last time Adventure specifically is hyper relevant for reference material.
Well, besides
Excluding the
American
remake,
one.
of course,
Yeah.
the two remakes, of course.
Yeah.
But in terms of spin-off material of, oh, let's have Heavy Mole show up. Like, who cares about Heavy Mole starting with, bam, Dreamland 2?
Though I guess you could say that Heavy Lobster is a continuation of Heavy Mole, but
Yes, the duology of heavy animals that I felt that Kid Me thought was way more of a thing than just the two characters for some reason.
yeah.
Uh, no, but let's talk Dreamland 2.
Dreamland 2 is a game that I like less and less every year, which is unfortunate because I really, really liked it as a kid. I love the animal buddies. As a kid, it felt um, like Yoshi, except you got three of them, and they all had unique, cool things about them, even though Ku was clearly the best and Kine was clearly the worst. But there is some neat puzzle solving in some levels, using the copy abilities in creative ways. I like that this is the first game that introduced gravity to the stone ability. They can do a lot of neat. They can do a lot of neat things where you roll down hills with it, that you couldn't do before. It has the light bulb with Kine, which you kind of had it away with light in Adventure, but I think the light bulb way of doing it is a little bit more clever of a puzzle. It does unfortunately run into the issue that everyone talks about with it, where getting the rainbow drops sort of becomes a trial and error sequence, where you have to know this specific thing can beat this specific block. And yeah, that is a problem, and it's probably why I didn't beat the game as a kid, but it's why it didn't stand out as much of a problem as a kid either, because I rarely beat any video game, so I just assumed, well, it'll happen when it happens. I will say the boss fights are still very strong, as strong as they are in Adventure and Dreamland 1.
I'd say they're the strongest to date for the series.
I would probably agree with that.
Like even what's your most nothing boss in that game? Ruff and Nelly? And that's still, you're dealing with multiple levels and
yeah. It's a good take on the low and law format.
Yeah.
But they do a good job at having distinct themes for all of the worlds. Dark Matter himself is a phenomenal final boss fight, even if he takes a lot of annoying fiddling to actually get to. But in a way, that's kind of a neat thing because as a kid, you play through the game and quote unquote beat it, but you probably won't beat it because of all these rainbow drops. And then
Mhm.
as a teenager or an adult, you play it again, and then oh wow, now I get this actually difficult boss fight. That's pretty cool. Um, so I guess you could think of that as like a coming of age if you happen to revisit the game in the way that I do. Um, I do think there's there's certain things that are annoying about the game, like how the music changes to the animal buddies, which is another thing that works better as a kid because as a kid you're not very good, so you're more likely to lose the animal buddies. Um, so you aren't hearing the same music constantly. Uh, but when you're an adult and you aren't going to lose the animal buddies as much, you don't get to hear the unique level music,
Mhm.
unfortunately. Um, so there are some things about it that are kind of uh, awkward and not as well thought out as they could have been. Uh, I think the introducing the copy abilities to the Kirby series on portables was necessary.
Mhm.
I think that the if you were to have 7 copy abilities, the 7 that they had were very strong ones.
Mhm.
Um, I think Needle and Spark are a little similar, but otherwise I kind of view them as pretty fundamental copy abilities. Maybe I would have liked to have Bomb in there as well, but that's a lot of sprites for the Game Boy to handle, so I can understand not having that.
I'd say as well, Needle and Spark have the advantage of having more obvious counter offers given the system of the animal buddies transforming the abilities. So like
Yeah,
it's a lot easier to think of, oh, a lightning blast, oh, static electricity, oh, light bulb versus a bomb, slightly
yeah.
different bomb.
And
And
I guess Bomb didn't exist until Superstar either. So
oh well,
um,
yes, but Crash then.
yeah, but Crash is a screen clear, so they could have done that on a Game Boy. But
Yeah.
um, but like even still, maybe having some new ability in Dreamland 2 would have been nice. And
Mhm.
uh, it kind of feels like it's missing a little bit of je ne sais quoi in having a new ability, even though it sort of has it with the combo abilities with the ammo buddies.
Mhm. It's I am terribly, terribly fond of Dreamland 2. For the longest time, it was my favorite Kirby game. I will note that that was before, actually, before the start of this series. This playthrough, this Let's Play series, it was my favorite Kirby game.
Uh-huh.
I've kind of had the experience that you've had where over the years it's kind of worn down a little bit for me, and it's like, yeah, okay. Um, I think I'm a lot fonder of the starter Rainbow Drop system compared to a lot of folks, but at the same time, it's because I think that's less because of what the game is doing and more because of what the game isn't doing, which is color-based puzzles. It would have been, I know, but it would have been very easy for um, the types of challenges that this game wanted to offer that we know from Dreamland 3 and 64, where it was
Yeah,
just like, use this color coded ability here. Um,
yeah.
and like, it's. I
To a
like that.
certain to a certain extent, I'm not even mad at them that much because like they're working with what 16 by 16 tiles or something like that. So how distinct can you even make the blocks to have them this object definitely and obviously work with this object. Like, they're trying their best, so I'm not even that mad, although it does create some issues with it.
Well, like, I've always liked that the specific blocks, patterns, require a bit of thought. So, like, for the blocks that you need Needle ability to punch through have a bunch of dots in them. What does that have to do with Needle? Well, those are puncture wounds. So you use Needle on the puncture wound symbol to puncture through it, and that's how you get through it. Likewise, I think Ice ability corresponds with a block that kind of looks like light shining off of an ice cube. That's how I've always thought of it. And I always thought that that was more clever sort of a way of suggesting it at stuff than just use this.
Ice is beatable with burning, I believe.
Really? Like it. The same burning and ice will both clear the same blocks?
No, I don't know what ice clears, but I know burning can clear through ice blocks. Like there's that one level.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. I don't mean literal ice blocks. I mean blocks, puzzle blocks that require the ice ability to clear.
Oh.
I think the symbol on it is. I think the symbol on it is like a diagonal line, and that kind of suggests at light shining off of an ice cube or something. I don't know. That's how I always read it.
I remember that there's like a cloud one, and that's the one that you use for the parasol, but you need Rick to, because it's the only parasol one that goes upwards.
Oh, sure, yeah. But like I
guess a cloud, you use a parasol, well, not a parasol, but you use an umbrella to shield yourself from the rain.
Yes.
Maybe.
Now, like, now granted, I think that a lot of that's really clever, where it's like, oh, you have to really think about this. You have to really think about the implementation of how the ability functions in order to clear this stuff. But that being said, there's later in the series we see a lot more natural implementations of that.
It feels like it's kind of like, I respect what they're going for, but it's obtuse enough that and the easier solution just becomes trial and error, which is unfortunate.
Yeah. But let me think what else. I really like Dreamland 2's you mentioned the bosses, you mentioned Dark Matter. I'll say it again, Dark Matter is rad as hell. Easily aesthetically my favorite boss baddie in the series. They're more interesting villain characters, to be sure, but just that iconography of the eyeball, or of the dark samurai, dark cyclopean samurai is, it's rad as shit. I don't know what to tell you. But like it I think it's still very high up in my heart, but if I'm being fair, and especially with respect to the growth of the series, which is one of the most fascinating things about Kirby, it's very important to acknowledge that Kirby has gotten a lot better since Dreamland 2. It was a very worthwhile experiment, and it's fine acknowledging that it was kind of an evolutionary dead end for... Well, that's not exactly true. The direction that the series ultimately took wasn't the template that Dreamland 2 started for the series. But I don't know. I'm still rather fond of Dreamland 2. I myself...
I am too. I would... like it's a game that I intellectually understand a lot of problems with, but like emotionally, I vibe with a lot. So
That's fair. I myself would put it at a low A or a high B. So
I
like
think
here or here.
I I think well definitely B tier, but um, I don't know. I think looking at it in terms of like artistic goals and whatnot, Kirby's Dream Land 1 is stronger, but um, Kirby's Dream Land 2 is the one that I have far more like emotional significance towards. So I could go either way on 1 or 2, honestly.
I think it's similar for me. Like if I'm being absolutely fair, Dreamland 1 is did a lot more for the series. Specifically, what Dreamland 2 did for the series, I think, is show that be the first mainline game that wasn't by Sakurai, thus showing that other creatives could really put a permanent or somewhat permanent creative stamp on the series. But then the question is, Kirby as a series is reverential for itself, but especially for Sakurai's creative aspirations. So what becomes more important to commemorate? SG says, I think I'd be inclined to put Dreamland 1 over it myself. I presume for kind of along some of those reasons and for, again, extra mode really showing that the series does have its teeth. Dreamland 1 is also just like an ideal little snack of a thing.
I think honestly, extra mode makes me put Dreamland 1 ahead of it. Just because that adds real difficulty, whereas Kirby's Dream Land 2 doesn't have that outside of figuring out the rainbow drops and fighting dark matter. So I think I'd give it the slight edge.
That's fair. Also, Dreamland 1 is also just like an ideal little snack of a thing. That reminds me, I forget if I actually mentioned it while we were playing it, but again, I had Dreamland 1 and 2 as a kid on Game Boy. A lot of those, this would have been circa 03, 04. Even that far back, Game Boy carts original Game Boy carts weren't doing great. Neither of these games could hold a save. Now, granted, Dreamland 1 doesn't hold a save anyway, so it's a moot point, but that's just it. Dreamland 2 is definitely supposed to hold a save, so I got real used to trying to charge through the whole game.
Yeah.
And it's long enough that I think I made it to Dark Matter, but I don't know that I ever beat Dark Matter as a kid. So again, to that, from the specific perspective of a little Game Boy adventure, Dreamland 1 again has that as a benefit. Dreamland 2 also has some legitimate difficulty in the unlockable boss rush and star minigame thing rush, but those aren't super major. Yeah, true. All right. Next up we have Kirby's Block Ball.
Yes.
This is another one where I feel my exposure to it is fairly lacking. We played this as a fairly casual exhibition stream. Got a decent ways into it. That has literally been my sole exposure to Block Ball. This was a rare game that I did not have as a kid.
I also didn't have it as a kid, but I got it on the 3DS, so I played it fairly recently. At least in comparison to a lot of these Kirby games.
Sure.
But I like Block Ball a lot. I think Arkanoid clones are a genre that don't have a whole lot of experimentation on them, and I feel like most people don't give them the time of day because they just see, well, it's it's breakout, it's a ball and a paddle, and you move the paddle and you hit the block, and that's the whole game. But I think this one in particular does a really good job of mixing it in with the copy abilities and the boss fights, and having unlockable mini games from doing uh, from clearing out all of the um, from collecting all of the pieces after you defeat all of the enemies. That's a cool mechanic and can get you to get really high scores if you do it well. And the high scores actually matter because if you get the set score on every level, that's how you unlock the final boss.
Oh,
Um,
I forgot about that. Yeah.
um, and sometimes they have paddles on the ceiling or on the left and right. So you have to control not only the paddle on the bottom moving left and right, but you have to control it like 4 ways, and you can uh, think through the whole room in that sense. Um, it means that you're more active in playing the game. You don't uh, there isn't as nearly as much time where you're just watching the ball go off and do its own thing and then hope that you have your one shot of catching the ball and repeating the process over and over again. Um, you uh, there's the mechanic where you push A when you bounce off of the paddle, and that makes Kirby puff up, which allows him to uh, destroy blocks more easily. So that's kind of interesting. Um, I feel like for what it is, it's a great little pick up and play game, and I like it much better than like Kirby's Pinball Land because it offers a lot more variety, and you can just go into each one of the levels and play through that, and they're effectively like going into each one of the different pinball tables. Um, but you have a lot more options with that. Um, and since it's in a genre which isn't experimented with and isn't respected as much, I kind of have a soft spot in my heart for it. So I like it.
I can respect that. Um, I really don't have a whole lot to add from from my perspective. You, uh, I'm honestly just going to defer to your wisdom on this one.
um, I
Did you
feel
not
like
get to the end of the game? I feel like I remember you doing that. I got pretty far, but I definitely didn't get to the ending.
yeah, um, we got to the ending without getting the high scores on everything, I believe.
That was it. Okay, yeah.
Um, I think above Dream Course is fair. I think they have a similar amount of depth to them, even though they're like deceptively deep games that appear really simple on the surface for both of them. And the main difference is that I have like grasped block ball, whereas I'm not quite completely there with Dream Course yet.
That's fair. And like you said, what Block Ball is a bit more of a novelty, and I can
Yeah.
respect that, valuing that a little more. Could have sworn I remembered you fighting the true final boss. I think you Mandela effect a live stream, SG.
It, if we did, maybe we had like a like a secret code to unlock the boss or something that someone posted online. I don't know. Let's save file.
I I definitely haven't finished this. I would think I'd have more concrete thoughts on it otherwise, um, but yeah, okay, yeah, I can respect that placement. Um, I don't have a whole lot to add, so let's move on to Kirby Superstar.
Mhm.
Um, I I mean, it's got to be up here. Maybe not S, but I think you could very easily argue it being S. S for
I think
Superstar.
it. I think it probably deserves S. I think just the sheer amount of experimentation it does between the different modes and like it making it like outside of Live a Live, you don't really have any games that just like play with genre as much as Superstar did
Mm-hmm.
around this time. Um, and each has its own distinct thing that it's going for. Um, and it kind of experiments in what a video game can be because I don't know if all of the different modes in Superstar could carry an entire game, but they do make for really novel
Mm-hmm.
um, sub games or quote unquote worlds in Superstar. Um, some you could definitely make a game out of, like Great Cave Offensive. That's basically a Metroidvania, and people have made games like that.
Yeah, and
Um,
it's called Amazing Mirror.
yeah, uh, but like other ones like Revenge of Mennonite benefit from being um, kind of self-contained and short, um, which isn't a knock on it at all. But uh, like there's something to be said for brevity in some of them too.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I think the game is paced phenomenally well. I think the fact that it offers a little bit of choice in what order you do things in, and in um, like sometimes you're doing a little gourmet race mini game, and sometimes you're going through like uh, you're going through the Dynablade campaign, which has a little world map, which creates the impression that it's a lot bigger than it is.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Same for Milky Way Wishes, but that one has a little bit of length to it. Um, like, I don't know what hasn't been said about it. It's charming. Uh, it has by far the most expansive group of copy abilities to date, and not only in the sheer number of them, but also in the sheer uh, variety in their movesets. Um, they feel like full fighting, full beat 'em up game movesets in each copy ability, which is just kind of impressive.
Mm-hmm.
Um, there's the co-op, which I haven't played myself, but I understand that just feels like it would be something that is really fun to go through, and I really desperately want to go through it with someone. Um, uh, I like that the arena mode. It feels more purposeful than the previous boss rushes, which did exist in Kirby games, but arena feels like it's because it gives you some of the percentage, and there's a lot more fanfare behind it, and there's the whole system of uh, managing your Maxim tomatoes. It feels like something that's more uh, a part of the primary experience of playing through Superstar than the other games. Um, and I like that it's a relatively difficult capstone to the game, and uh, potentially even gives you more longevity to the game beyond just playing it again, because you could go through the arena with every copy ability if you really wanted to.
Stone exclusively would probably be not that interesting, but you that could be your inroad to learning like boss patterns and stuff.
Yeah. Boss fights as strong as ever, like you're not going to say that the boss fights aren't strong in a game with computer virus of marks and like Wham Bam Rock and Dynablade. They're all really good boss fights.
I mean, in terms of Boomgartner put it precisely. Looking outside of the game composition aspects of it, this game has legacy and perception that are hard to match, and the composition equates to that in every sense. In terms of, if we're looking at the single most important Kirby release, if we're not taking the boring answer and saying Dreamland because it was the first one, it has to be Superstar. Superstar is very much the template that modern Kirby takes after. It's very much... It took the series a while to figure it out. For a big stretch of the 2000s, it was like, well, Superstar was a fun experiment, but let's go back to just fairly straightforward 2D platformers. But I think Kirby as a series really benefits from that weird fusion of platforming and beat-em-up mechanics. Like you said, it very naturally encourages a lot of experimentation with its movesets. I don't think there's a single dud of any of the abilities present here. I think the way that existing abilities were expanded upon is really interesting. Some abilities were combined. Like I said, throw and backdrop kind of became suplex. Burning and fire became fire, but that's honestly to the benefit of that. Even more static abilities like Spark benefited from being expanded into plasma and having adjacent ideas put in there.
The weakest ability is probably Jet, just because it's kind of awkward to control, but like even that you can zoom around pretty fast, so like I don't hate that.
And Jet gets a really fun highlight in Gourmet Race, if nothing else.
Yeah. And I guess you could say, like, technically Paint doesn't have much, but that barely counts as an ability. It's just a cute Easter egg.
Yes. I think we'll kind of cover it a bit as we get into the Smash Bros. Games and the Air Ride games, but we talked a lot about, in our Air Riders playthrough, we talked a lot about Sakurai's design philosophy being very breadth-focused rather than depth-focused, of having a very specific offer, and then or having a very specific high concept ideas that he threw into his games and just playing a lot with that, or just having a lot of really high concept ideas but not going super deep with it, besides just having a lot of high concept stuff. I think Superstar best exemplifies a lot of the benefits of that type of design approach, because you have the sub-games, each of them is very simple, but one, in the context of Superstar, clearing each sub-game feels significant, so that you have the benefit both as a dumb child figuring out how to play the game. It feels meaningful when you clear Spring Breeze or Gourmet Race or the little stuff like that, and you work your way up to the more challenging stuff. From a uh, from a elite gamer perspective, apologies, it's still feels satisfying to run through Superstar because you're constantly getting that sense of, all right, I cleared this, I cleared this, I cleared this, I cleared this. Cumulatively, the Superstar always strikes me as feeling like a lot of little games, which I mean, yes, that's what it is, but I also mean each sub-game has such a distinct identity that it really feels like you're getting a whole scattershot of experiences, to the point that Milky Way Wishes, and especially the arena, really feel novel in how they're taking all of these different ideas from all these different modes and just smashing them together. I've said, but
I feel it does a good job at selling the idea of its concept, because it would be very easy to dismiss the concept as just, well, these are just worlds that it's rebranding as part of its gimmick. And some people say that for the game, but I don't think it's fair, because each level, I mean, each mode, each sub game has its own distinct identity to the game. And I think I think you don't get that sort of experience in many games besides it and Live a Live, because just because it's not.
Well, like,
I would like there to be more in the way of video games that are able to experiment with little bite-sized things, but the distribution model of video games makes it rare that we can see those little poem type games.
I like that way of putting it. The Battletoads remake. That's a game that very much lives on having a complete scattershot identity of, well, it's doing this, sometimes you're doing this, sometimes you're doing this, sometimes you're doing beat 'em up, sometimes you're doing hover bike, sometimes you're doing day jobs, sometimes you're doing Olympiad stuff, sometimes you're doing rock, paper, scissors. Now, we had a lot of fun with Battletoads 2020, but a lot of people were rather burned out by it, by having this confused identity. And, like, I think people are high, but I think they're fair to have that takeaway on the game. But then I would point to Superstar as an example of, this is a game that also has a fairly scattershot identity, but it feels cohesive, while also feeling very disparate.
It is cohesive in the way that like a Banjo-Tooie or a Donkey Kong 64 might not feel at times, because they're just like, well, now you have to collect 500 eggs instead of doing that you started playing the game for, which I can sympathize with, but I tend to be of the opinion that I like to do a bunch of different fun, diverse things in video games. So I'm a little bit less harsh on games that are designed that way. But I appreciate Superstar in particular for having that diversity and also justifying it with its high concept.
Agreed. And I think I've said it before, but even running through the whole series, I think Superstar might have my favorite arena. It's... Other games probably do more interesting things with their arena, but I'm terribly fond of Superstar's incarnation because it's one of the few times where, like I said, it feels like you've played a lot of different games, and now Superstar is challenging you on your mastery of all of those games, not on any individual one of those. Even
it's weird. It's weird. The arena almost feels like it feels like a ROM hack of all of these other games come together, put into this one new special edition package, which is like it's a new game made out of all of these other games, which
Mhm.
um, I know that's not what it is really is fundamentally under the hood or anything, but that's what the game presents it as. It feels like, which is a really cool place to exist in, I think.
it's like what's the name of it? Mushroom Kingdom Fusion, or I guess I want to be the guy kind of does it of suddenly you're fighting this guy, suddenly you're fighting this guy, and
Yeah.
it feels like they're from all these different sources. Uh, and that's honestly a feeling that I don't think I really got from any subsequent Kirby arenas until Return to Dreamland Deluxe. Uh, but again, that one literally is two different games worth of bosses mashed together. But you know, um, again, that's not to knock other arenas. I think other games have really, really good arenas and do a lot of interesting stuff. There's just something to Superstars Arena that I've been chasing that high throughout the rest of the games.
I think if there were a theoretical universe where Superstars Arena ended with a really difficult, unique boss fight, then it would be almost untouchable even by the rest of the series.
Oh, that's interesting. If inexplicably it had Mark's soul in it.
Yeah, maybe not Mark's soul because I think Mark's soul is kind of boring. But like if it had like someone um, like Sectonia EX or whatever.
Okay, sure. But just some sort of out there thing is a little extra challenge at the end.
Yeah. The problem with Mark's soul is that like it feels mostly like Mark's and not really that much more difficult personally.
Yeah.
But
Well, we say that, but that was my 7 hour stream. We'll get to that. We'll get to that one. But Cube Live Alive, the most Kirby shaped thing on the Super NES that is not in fact Kirby. Indeed, indeed. Yeah. Okay.
one could say the difference is Superstars like branching off of that platformer / beat 'em up core. It's not many different things, but variations on a fundamental core. Yeah, that is fair also, for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm fine with Superstar topping the list for now. So let's move on to our next S tier game, Star Stacker.
I know you revisited it and you thought it was okay. I don't know. It just feels like fundamentally solved to me. I can play the game almost indefinitely because the game doesn't run at a speed that's faster than I can keep up with it. So I just sort of like match things and then it goes down and then I match things some more. I might lose if it's a level that starts out with a ton of blocks already in there, but then that's the Dr. Mario problem of just, oh, is this even fair? Like, you're going to load up the whole bottle with viruses and then not even give me a chance to clear them out before I start the game. I don't know. Go ahead.
I kind of hated that too. I eventually got to the point with Star Stacker. I was like, okay, there's something here, But very quickly, that something became reset a bunch of times until the game
Yes.
rolls a winnable board.
Yes, exactly. Um, so I think compared to a lot of other very similar puzzle games, this one is really, really weak, to be honest.
Yeah. I think it could be worse,
Yeah.
but it's like eating candle wax. Like, why on God's green earth are you eating candle wax? But also, it's not going to kill you. It's just nothing.
Um, yeah, I would put it in F, but that's F relative to the Kirby series. It's still not a horrible game or anything. It's just I don't see a reason to play it again.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't really argue with that. This isn't the game that like enrages me the most of any of what we're looking at, but it's very much the one that's like, okay, well, I mean, it did give us laughing DDD, which I need to port over to YouTube as an emoji. It made the animal friends relevance, which I'm always happy for, but yeah, it's
I like Big Yellow's metaphor of Kirby in Melee for this. It's like it's eating cereal with water. Sure, you can eat it, but why?
I can't argue with that. I mean, I eat my cereal dry, but I get what you're saying. Yeah, we'll revisit this in short order, but I'm fine with this bottoming out the list for now. Next up, Dreamland 3.
Yeah, Dreamland 3. I feel like it's kind of going in a similar direction as like a lot of the other earlier games um, before Superstar, um, not counting all of the spin-offs, in that it's kind of trying to be ambling and artistic, and each individual scene has a lot of like a lot of artistry put into it. The difference I feel with Kirby's Dreamland 3 though is that I don't know, it doesn't feel like each individual room is as memorable. Like in general, it's a very pretty game. But when I come to specific moments that I remember, I don't think of like I listed all of the things for Kirby's Adventure I remember, but in Kirby's Dreamland 3, I feel like most of them I either don't remember or I remember them being kind of annoying, like the UFO segment, which was cool, but it had like a lot of back and forth in it, and then there's a lot of like hopping over the flowers and watering the flowers so that you can play the game in the specific way that it wants you to play. But like Nago's really fun to play as. Pitch is overpowered and kind of ruins that element in that. Like, let's take Ku and make him even more overpowered. Okay. Um, and I can't even remember Octopus's name. What was it?
Choo Choo.
Choo Choo, yes. Choo Choo, like, she's fine, but you would never choose Choo Choo. She's clearly the most underpowered character and only works in specific areas. And even then, those specific areas probably would have worked with Pidgey as well.
Mm-hmm.
So.
So you're saying you would not choose her?
But like that is different from Kirby Streamline 2 because
Mhm.
there's not really specific areas where you would choose Rick either. But
You'd pick Rick in the in Iceberg. He has no traction on ice.
yes,
Or
but the issue with going with that logic is that Ku also doesn't have traction on ice because he flies.
this is true. Um.
And I guess Kain technically also doesn't have traction on ice because he hops everywhere uselessly like a fish.
So basically, it's just Kirby who's bad on ice, huh?
Yes, yes.
Um, I definitely agree with the sentiment expressed by a bunch of people in chat that aesthetically, Dreamland 3 has to be up there for some of the best the series has looked. The crayon squiggle vision aesthetic does a lot. It's not crayon, it's colored pencils. That it's a very unique visual take on the series, and it's absolutely gorgeous to see. A lot of fun to see in motion. This is probably the first time, to what people are saying about the Waddle Dees, this is probably one of the first times that the series has really indulges in letting characters just kind of doof around, do their own thing during the course of gameplay, and that's one of the really neat design elements that's emerged from or that's prominent in modern Kirby. So it's very lovely to see that get started here.
I hate that I dislike this game. I feel so mean whenever I think about it. I don't dislike the game, but I kind of get what you mean by that. Yeah. It feels like it doesn't deserve it, but there is some things that I don't like. I don't know.
For context, I played Dreamland 2 and 64 both before playing Dreamland 3. And that definitely informed some of my take on what is clearly a transitionary game between those two. I feel like I got to really explore a lot of Dreamland 2, having very pointed level design in terms of to a fault, but having very pointed level design in terms of how it's using the animal friends and combining them with the abilities. I got to experience Kirby 64's very colorful, creative world, and the relation.
Can you bump up my volume at all?
Oh, I cannot bump up Gooms, but I can bump down the background music. Hold on.
Okay.
Yep. Also, the background music is paused, but I will.
I'll get closer to the microphone. Sorry.
To where? Where was I? Over here. Okay. Experienced Dreamland 2's pointed level design, 64's character and charm, and that kind of left Dreamland 3 to an extent feeling like, well, it's got a lot of ideas, and those ideas are charming, but they're not always fun.
You know what? Dreamland 2 should have been the game with cleaning in it. That would have made Dreamland 2 feel a lot stronger because it would have had that unique ability. With Dreamland 3, it feels a little late, but with Dreamland 2, like that would have been a great selling point, I think.
I feel that, yeah. Also, unfortunately, I really don't like the Heart Star system.
Yeah.
I think it's cute. I like the idea of Kirby interacting meaningfully with NPCs, and that's what powers him up for the final confrontation.
Especially since they have so many like Nintendo references on them, like Dombe and Hikari and Samus and Professor Hector and Rob and all that.
I was just going to say I like that there's a lot of crossover stuff, and a lot of them are deep cuts. Weird as it is to say now, Samus would have been kind of a deep cut circa '97. Um, but like in execution, what is it? A lot of it is you have to do a specific thing in a specific room in order to earn the heart star at the end of the stage. Okay, that's fine. But the issue with that is then the entire rest of the level is pointless outside of that specific room.
Yeah.
And like, it's fun. Again, you get the characters doofing around, but in terms of actual completion and stuff, there's no real sense or there's very rarely a sense of build up or progression over the course of a stage. You're just kind of faffing about for a bit, but are hyper focused on one room and then go back to just doofing around. Like
I
Kawasaki's.
feel like it could have been. Yeah. I feel like it could have been much stronger if they did like they extended interacting with this character to the whole level in some sort of gimmick. Like, like I don't know how they would do it in every level, but like, and I don't want to use the example of like escort mission, because those tend to not be very popular for good reason. But like, you could have like going through the whole level in a sort of unique way, and if you succeed at doing it the unique way, then you get the heart star. Maybe like Perry the Parallel Bird, they could do something like that. Clear the level like that, and that would have more integration with to what you're saying, so it doesn't feel like the rest of the level's just fluff.
Yeah. And hell, that would be a solid way to implement the new animal friends by having them have specific identities that are adjacent to, that are doing something, I guess, in parallel to the standard gameplay loop that Riku and Kine exist in. Not to say that I don't enjoy playing with Nagu, Choo-Choo, or Pitch. I just find most of the time they just feel like different ability packs compared to the to the previous game's trio.
I may need to make a graph of the correlation between the usefulness of the escort and the annoyingness of the escort mission. Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
Because I suspect it may be in a Uncanny Valley situation. Could be.
Oh, interesting. Could be.
The other thing about Kirby's Dream Land 3 that I'll bring up is that I think that the level theming, for as aesthetic as the game wants to be, you could have more interesting level themes, and there's only 5 of them. It can make the game feel kind of samey for when aesthetics are otherwise such the major selling point for the game. You would think you would want to go through some more surreal or unique environments outside of them just being drawn in this gorgeous art style.
It's yeah, that's the other thing. It feels so short. Like, strictly speaking, I think if you do the math, it is technically a longer game than Kirby 64, but that there's that sheer lack of world variety compared to 64 makes it feel like a much shorter experience to me.
Yeah.
I also, with one obvious exception, don't really find the bosses as interesting in Dreamland 3 as I do in 2. Like,
I would agree with that, yeah.
Like, Pan and Khan are fine, but they're weirdly less interesting to me than Ruff and Nelly, or maybe even Lololo and La La La, despite essentially being those ideas combined.
Well, and just doing like them being the third take on it, it's like we kind of get it.
Mhm.
This is uh, Kirby would start getting into its pattern of like having every game has a Krakow and every game has a Wispy Woods, and every game has a Meta Knight fight, and that's fine. Those are fights I really like, and sometimes they do play with those, and I appreciate when they do a variation on a theme.
Mhm.
But um, once you get to like, we're going to do a variation on the low, 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 and la la laws, it's like, I don't know. It kind of feels like, don't you have any other ideas?
And like the novelty of Lololo and La 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 was that they were a crossover character, or they were a crossover encounter. Kinda.
It also means that because there's only 5 worlds, then you only get 6 bosses, which de-emphasizes the amount of time you're spent fighting Kirby bosses, which tends to be one of the stronger parts of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think there's nearly as many mid bosses either.
No, I don't think so. I think it's reduced from Dreamland 2's suite. I mean, you get the broom, but
it feels like you're fighting them a lot less often.
Yeah. Again, because the actual gameplay, or the moment-to-moment gameplay of Dreamland 3 isn't significant, or is de-emphasized. I'll say as well, it's Dreamland 3 was an extremely late Super Nintendo release. It came out around the same time as Star Fox 64, for reference. Now, that's not... that in and of itself, that's fairly common for Kirby. Again, Adventure was a swan song for the NES, was a budget option for people who still held on to their 8-bit console. But, like, I feel like Adventure makes a great argument for, well, if you still have an NES, absolutely go for that. Dreamland 3, I don't really know that it really makes that same argument.
It's like this is a good game you can get, but it's not like this is the game's, this is the console's killer app, the swan song to the system. And I definitely feel that for Adventure, so.
Sadly, yeah. It's still a good game, but it's...
Yeah. Again, speaking to the bosses, Acro, I don't think Acro is very fun either. Just kind of slow, water-based fight, which usually isn't very fun. And when you have such a limited amount of boss fights anyway, it means that you have to make the ones that you do have extra important, and they kind of don't do that. Ado is great, though.
Ado is great. Ado is absolutely the exception to the rule.
Ado and Zero are the exceptions to the rule, but yes.
Zero's good, and I'll also give an honorable mention to Body Horror DDD, which, again, that's also a carryover from Dreamland 2, but they play with it a bit more here, and like his stomach coming at you is fun to see.
Yeah.
It's also cute that they give a shout out to the Super Scope. Like, I don't know why they give a shout out to the Super Scope, but they do, and that's cute. I don't know.
Uh-huh.
Um, that all being said, what do you think? B or C? I feel like that's what we're working with here.
Uh,
I mean, it's tempting to leave it in B just to have Dreamland 1, 2, 3, but that's not how we're playing this.
um, I kind of feel between Block Ball and Dreamforce, honestly. Just because, like, I'm blanking. Where was the Super Scope shout out?
That was, I believe, in the I think they may have removed it in the English version, but with the bonus modes that you unlock in the post game, the boss butch, I believe in the original is like, I think the name is supposed to suggest super. It's like Super 16 or something to suggest, of course, the N64, but we're not there yet. We're on the Super Nintendo, so it's only 16-bit. And then I think the collection of mini games is like Super 5 or I'm blanking on it exactly, but the naming is supposed to invoke. It's not Super Scope 6. It's Super Scope 5 or something, because there's 5 mini games.
But yeah, I honestly think behind Block Ball, just because moment to moment the gameplay is not that great, and I think that the more I think about it, the less fun I have with the game, even though I love it aesthetically, and I wish I loved the game more than I do. But then I remember that, like, in order to get the full 100%, you have to do that obnoxious sound. Can you remember the sound minigame like 3 times in a row or something? And I'm very bad at remembering sounds, so I have to sit through the slow animations of going between the rooms and seeing if Kawasaki is going to let me see the Gordos again. And there's a lot of little annoying things in Kirby's Dream Land 3 and a lot of slow things. There's a lot of cute things too, but it's it's not a game I would. It has so many annoying things in it that it's not a game that I really want to revisit as much as other games like Kirby's Adventure and even Kirby's Dream Land 2, which once you know how to find the rainbow drops, there isn't as much obnoxious in there. It's just that you just need to know what the solution is. So that makes Kirby's Dream Land 3 kind of uniquely hard to revisit it, because there's a lot of unfun aspects of it.
For what it's worth, with respect to the Kawasaki minigame, we at least determined that the play is to do co-op and then have the 2 co-op players select different things.
Yes.
Oh, wait, you're right. The minigame rush is called Super NES MG5, regardless of region. That was it. Couldn't remember it precisely. I had another point I was going to make. I was trying to remember what it was. It is that I have played through Dreamland 3 4 times in my life, and that feels excessive. It is a good game, but it's a solid enough game, but I don't know that it's a play it 4 times game for me.
Have you done it in co-op?
Yes, with you.
Yeah, that's right.
And Pierre, I believe. So I've done it twice in co-op.
Yeah, so you've done everything, everything that the game has to offer. You are the thorough, you are the ultimate authority of this game that you feel is kind of mid, unfortunately.
Yes! My opinion is more thoroughly researched than anyone else's.
Um, I also
It
feel that Kirby's Dream Land course could relatively easily top Dreamland 3, but um, where I'm at currently, this feels right.
I'd agree with that. I don't want to give Dream Course too much credit for being a theoretical
Yeah,
man, so this
yeah.
placement is fine by me. All right. Now on to the other half of this equation. Super Smash Brothers. Uh I mean,
Yes.
it's kind of a weird one to place in the context of a Kirby series, but again, we played through the Smash games as part of this. I feel it's fair to interject these. It's kind of an interesting measuring stick given how closely these series are related and how much one
Also,
informs the other.
also, it's the only Smash game where Kirby's actually good in it.
This is true. Uh, my favorite King of Fighters game. Have you played Smash Remix? Strictly speaking, our playthrough of Super Smash Bros. As part of this series was of Smash Remix. Smash
Yeah.
Remix is very good, but we are considering the base game for the sake of this rating.
Yeah.
Um,
Super Smash Brothers is fun. I think even for the time, especially when you look at like SNK's offerings, which partially cheat because they combine the uh, multiple games into a single game, so they can inflate the rosters. But even still, uh, 12 characters feels very low for a fighting game at this time. Um,
that's the Street Fighter 2 standard. Um,
yeah, and this is late 90s, not Street Fighter 2 anymore.
correct.
Um, so, like, I think 16 would have been more fair, but um,
I, I,
still, though, I think that uh, the game um, feels uniquely punchy to it. I think that the sound design is some of my favorite out of any video game. Just how cheesy but impactful the sound effects are. Um, the items all feel extremely powerful, but in a way that's fun and wacky. Um, I feel like later Smash games kind of uh, there's so many items that just have a middling effect that for balancing reasons that it doesn't feel like they impact the course of the game as much.
mhm.
Um, Here it feels like any item that drops is going to be uh, what the game is about for a while, which
Yes.
is kind of fun in its own way. Um, uh, Competitively, it's interesting just because like it probably has the most fleshed out combo contest, which is always fun to see. Um, you can do some really crazy stuff with that. Uh, it might also have one of the weirdly more balanced rosters, just because most of the cast, uh, except for like Samus and Luigi, is pretty usable.
Mhm.
Um, even though Pikachu and Kirby are definitely the best,
Yes.
but um, uh, I feel I like the little character bios. That's a fun thing in a pre-trophy world. You don't see a lot of um, like consolidation of all of the character info of in video games. So I like to see
Mhm.
that sort of thing. Um, Single player doesn't have much, but um, I like the unique. Uh, Everyone having unique board the platforms and target test. Um, it's better when you can actually uh, play them separately and get good at them.
Mhm.
But like, uh, it adds for good variety in classic mode too. Um, uh, I think I like playing as Yoshi and Ness in a way that I don't like playing as them in any other game because I feel they feel much punchier in this game.
Sure.
Um, but that's a me thing, and you might like those other characters more in the other games.
I I think I played a decent amount of Ness in Brawl, but otherwise,
Yeah.
he's definitely my go-to in Smash 64.
Mhm.
Um, it's Smash 64 is the only time, the only entry in the series to feel like a budget title, I think. I
Yeah.
don't know if it actually was, but I believe development was kind of carried in that fashion, where um, it was kind of an experiment to because it's so for the era it was so unique as a fighting game. It feels like it's um really just trying the base idea of what this could be as a fighter, and not really worrying too much about content or stuff like that, or the amount of content or what have you. It's very narrow focus, very light, very simple, very arcadey. Um, and I do feel that that does give it a very unique identity in the series.
Mhm.
Uh, vis- Even ignoring stuff like visuals, there's no mistaking Smash 64 for any other Smash game.
Mhm.
Um, Definitely agree with you that the sound effects and stuff give it a really raw feeling. Nothing
Yeah.
really. Uh, there we go. Uh, Hits the same way as Smash 64 does.
Uh-huh.
Um, it's
Some of the stages though are also just kind of unfun to play on, which is
yes.
not a good thing when there's so few of them. Like I don't like Samus's stage at all. I don't like Mario's stage at all. I don't like. Uh,
Honestly, most of the stages I'm not really fond of in the original game.
I
Hyrule
like.
Castle feels kind of pointless.
It's a little too big and
Yeah.
slow. But
Um,
uh, the Pokemon one is really good.
Saffron
The
City's I really like. That'll give you.
um, Sector Z is pretty good. Um, it's a bit big too, but I feel like uh, there's sort of a fun cat and mouse with that stage. Um,
Mhm.
the retro Mario one is good, not the not the Mario 64 one, but the retro one I like. Um,
Yes.
uh, and Yoshi, Kirby, DK all feel kind of similar, but they're all fine. Um,
They're fine. I always feel like Yoshi's Island is huge in the original game, but
yeah, it
um,
is. That's why they banned it
oh right, yeah.
because it's even bigger than Dreamland, which is already a really big stage.
Mhm. Um,
Um, I don't think I'm forgetting any stages. Uh,
it's just 9. It's one for each
yeah,
of the base
right.
characters plus Mushroom Kingdom.
Yeah, so um, when there's that few when there's that few stages to go around to have like three of them be bad, three of them be average, and three of them be good, kind of really limits it.
Yeah, though Vanilla makes a good point. I like how much they play with geometry in Smash 64. Like new Ultimate only, like new stages in Ultimate only Castlevania really has unique geometry. Sorry, quite.
This is so weird to hear you guys discussing for someone who hasn't played Smash 64 since the Bush administration.
It's I've I've mentioned my story with Smash 64 before, playing it in a hotel room with my dad. A really, really fond connection to that there. And throughout high school, I ended up playing a lot of it with random classmates of mine that I didn't really connect with otherwise. So it was just kind of neat of, oh yeah, I can play that. Um, so it weirdly keeps coming up for me in odd places here and there, and it's I don't know. Like I said, it's kind of got a unique identity of its own.
Uh-huh.
Um, extremely underrated thing. The after you finish a match, it does a screen transition to the results screen, and it
Yes.
there's a lot of really fun playing with it. Like one is just it folds into a paper airplane and flies away. Um,
Yes. I also really appreciate that uh, Yoshi doing the Akuma pose back when that was actually a funny joke that they could make.
yes. Oh, Nina.
Like
Uh,
it feels more like a Smash 64 and Melee to an extent feel more like a they're not as big. This is just a goofy little indie project that's referencing the fun things that Sakurai likes, which does give it some charm.
yes. It's like these days it's popular to point out how a lot of the early Smash characters don't really feel like the characters they're representing, and there's probably some truth to that. But at the same time, you really get to the raw fighting game influence, especially early on, with stuff like Mario being a Shoto clone, DK having DK's signature move coming from Tekken 3, the Akuma
Yeah.
pose for Yoshi, like you said.
Mhm.
Um, but and of course the story of Smash being influenced by that one time Sakurai totally dunked on a dude who's trying to show off uh uh or what was the story? He totally dunked on a dude in King of Fighters 95 when the guy was I think it was someone who's obviously a fairly casual player, and Sakurai kind of coming away with going, well, I didn't feel great about that. Maybe someday I'll
Yeah.
make a game where more casual play can can have its place.
Uh,
Microsoft PowerPoint has victory transition. Yes. That's part of it as well. There's a because Smash 64 is such a again, for want of a better word, budget indie sort of project. Um, it feels like it has this irreverence that Smash can't have these days by necessity of how big it's become, and there's a lot of charm to that.
it sort of reminds me of that one FGC FGC quote, which is like, "There are no bad fighting games. There are good games, and they're kusoge, but all are good."
Mhm.
Um, like even a bad fighting game is good in a way because it's the community and the meta that builds around it, and the game that you make out of it that makes the game more so than the game itself.
Mhm.
But and even if it's a terrible game, uh, you you can have a lot of fun with it because that's not the point. Um, but like, uh, where I don't know. I kind of this is not a bad spot for it, or maybe high C tier might lower it. Um, uh, Something like that though feels about right for it. It's a budget game, but it's not bad at what it is. It's just it's unique and fun experiment. Maybe bottom of B just because there hasn't really been a platform fighter besides um, the Outfoxies, which only sort of counts before it.
Yes, but Outfoxies is now out on modern platforms, so you, the viewer at home, should consider looking into it because it's a right solid game.
Yeah.
Also, I'll say in
It's
later games, I feel the items get a lot more use as combos and counterplay, which I feel is the inverse of their original purpose of helping the newer players improve. Oh, I'd agree with that, yeah.
yeah.
Um,
Yeah, it kind of feels like in the first game, the items are mostly just you use them and you win, which is maybe not very deep, but it is wacky and fun and like easy for someone to understand.
mhm. It's for a specific example, as kind of a microcosm of the whole, it is funny that the hammerhead can fly off, and it is a really funny joke. That being said, it is maybe more fun that the hammer is just so blatantly powerful, and this terrible, inescapable power that any character can manifest in the original game.
I agree. Yes. It in a way the hammer felt more impactful than like a Smash Ball to an extent because oh shit, they got the hammer.
Yes.
They're gonna get me.
Pretty much, yes.
Like,
And if you manage to avoid getting got by the hammer, you got skills. Or are playing like Jigglypuff or something.
yeah.
Bottom of B feels right for me. I would agree that it's there's more to it, more going for it compared to what we have in C. It doesn't feel right putting it over Dreamland 1 or 2, but it kind of exists in the same place as Dreamland 1 of, okay, this is a first draft. This is a very strong first draft. A lot of things flowed from this, but it's kind of quaint to go back to see where it started. And it kind of retains its own identity, despite being so, by definition, influential towards everything else in the series.
Uh-huh. I like that they just throw a bunch of random stuff in there too. Like now we're gonna give you a baseball bat and a fan and a giant crate and a pill, and those are going to be the items you have in addition to all the other stuff. I don't know.
Yeah,
Gives it a little bit of a identity to it.
I'd agree with that.
There was one other thing I was going to bring up.
Master Hand?
Well, yeah, Master Hand's fine. He's a good final boss. Oh, what I was going to say is it's kind of funny that there was so much debate about, like, is Smash Bros. Even a fighting game when we were talking about how much it's, like, baked into its identity with all of these references and Mario just being new and all that.
Yeah.
Kind of funny in retrospect. It's
Yeah.
obviously a fighting game.
Yeah, since you mention it, totally. Yeah, okay. Alright, let's go ahead and move on to, Kirby Kira Kira no Kids? Superstar Stacker.
Yeah.
I would say it is not F tier.
No.
But I don't...
If only because it has DDD's evil prank.
Yes. His brilliant prank of
Yes.
killing a man.
Shooting a cannon at a man. Oh yeah, Smash 64 is the first game to feature Kirby's voice. That is also
That's
a neat point.
that's right. Yes. Darn, I'm blanking on her name. Shoot. I'm usually pretty good at remembering that, but yeah. Consistently Kirby's voice actress throughout the series. Also Ness's, for that matter.
Yeah.
DDD's hilarious prank earns it a tier on its own, TBH.
The sound design of the way it absolutely ruined people if you timed it right. Yes.
Yes.
It's an improvement. I
yes.
think, if I remember, it has a bigger play field than Kirby Star Stacker, which means that you don't run into that issue of like it being an unbeatable thing
Mhm.
as often. And I think the game also builds up to a higher speed than Kirby Star Stacker, which means that you aren't as limited by the limitations of the system.
Mhm.
So it is actually a functional puzzle game. That said, I still think it is distinctly less intricate than your Tetrises or your Puyo Puyos or your Panel de Pons or like the big heavy hitters of puzzle games.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a functional, fun, little, enjoyable puzzle game now.
I'd agree with that. Yeah, it like I can't understate how much, one, giving it a campaign, and two, making that campaign consist of versus matches really adds a lot to the not adds a lot, gives purpose to the gameplay of the original.
Yes.
It is still the gameplay of the original, but it at least is doing something with it, and that's fun.
Well, when it's a versus match, that's better because it means that it's not just about like, are you going to survive or not? It's, are you going to do this better than your opponent, which I think is a more interesting and challenging question.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. Yeah, but it is still.
It also doesn't really have as cute of little cutscenes outside of DDD's hilarious prank that like Kirby's Avalanche has. So I think it would definitely go underneath that somewhere.
I'd agree. Yeah, like I appreciate that there is an ultimate challenge in Grill. I appreciate that she's weirdly kind of Dural, like Dural from Virtua Fighter, where you can't just face her directly. You have to do DDD into Grill. As shout out to Grill being maybe the most BS true final boss in a Kirby game, and just saying "F you" and "Get good, kid." 10 to 15 years before that came back into vogue with the soul fights. Agreed. It's nice that it's optional, but it's nice that it is another early showing of Kirby having teeth as a series. That being said, it is a very bland base that it's going off of.
Yeah, I kind of feel like it and Kirby's Pinball Land have opposite problems, where Kirby's Pinball Land is inventive and it's doing something that few other games are doing in offering pinball to a system that doesn't have it, and there's not a lot of, outside of Revenge of the Gator, and there's not a lot of options for pinball at that time. So it has the innovation and like the theming innovation and whatnot. But it doesn't really have like the core fundamentals of taking this base that wasn't very good and improving on it and expanding into a functional, fun, enjoyable video game. Um, Superstar Stacker, on the other hand, it's not really doing anything novel at all, for the most part, but it is very functional. Um, it uh,
It is an
hits all the
exceedingly
right.
functional game, yes.
It hits all of the right bases, and um, it uh, course corrects from what Star Stacker was kind of failed to do, honestly. So I think those two games are good um, counterpoints to each other, and they cover each other's weakness as well. So I could kind of go either way on which one I like more.
I definitely think I'd favor Pinball Land over Superstar Stacker.
Yeah, that's fair. I would go. I defer to your judgment then.
Yeah, I don't know that I necessarily have a good reason for it besides just inherent personal bias, but I'd agree with them
Yeah.
being around, kind of around the same caliber. But I think Pinball Land's interpretation of Kirby is more interesting than Superstar Stacker's interpretation of than how Superstar Stacker interprets Kirby. Yeah, I don't think there's a whole lot to add to that. So we got Kirby 64 next.
Okay.
This at least has to be A tier, right? I think you can make an argument for S tier, but it at least has to be an A.
I would agree with that. It's a very charming game. I think it does everything that Dreamland 3 wanted to do, but it has a lot more level variety. It has the really cool combo gimmick with the copy abilities, which is a really smart idea because it means that they essentially take the same system as the animal buddies, but they don't have to make near quite as many different abilities. There's actually more quote unquote copy abilities in Dreamland 3, but it feels like there's much more in 64 because of the mix and match element to it. It encourages exploration a lot more on the player's part. And they feel a lot more distinct. Like, you remember turning into the fridge with ice and electric, or getting the lightning sword with electric and cutter, or turning into a giant statue with two stones, or what have you. I don't think you remember all of the transformations with the animal buddies nearly as much. They're cute, but I don't think the animal buddies on their own have as strong of identity tied to using abilities. I feel like the level archetypes are much better than they are in Dreamland 3. Also, like Neo Star is very diverse. Every level in that is completely different from every other level in Neo Star, but it has like this overarching feeling of like going on a jungle adventure, which is cool. There's of course the dark undertones of Shiver Star frozen over Earth, which is always a treat to go back to. Rockstar is a little dull, but that's the only slight down part. Ripple Star kind of ends a little abruptly too. But like the vibes in any individual level are on point, and I'm never feeling bored in Kirby 64, even if there are certain parts which uh, I wish there were a little bit more of.
Hmm. It I think Kirby's with Dreamland 3 we were talking about alternatives they could have done to fix the issue of a lot of the level design feeling pointless. I think Kirby 64 provides maybe not the best solution to that, but a very solid solution in having 3 blah thingies you're collecting rather than 1 blah thingy you're collecting per stage. That way,
Yeah,
the overarching point, if you miss one, it's okay. There's still purpose to the rest of the level.
I never really thought about it in that way, but you're right. That does um, create a lot better paced out levels and make the full level feel a lot better. Sort of along the lines of like the star coins from New Super Mario Bros. Or um, the bonus coins from the Donkey Kong Country games, having more generalized collectibles, or like the flowers from Yoshi's Island, um, that gives you like forward momentum as you're going through the stage.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I the I do think it occasionally runs, probably more than occasionally, it runs into the issue of like, well, we're going to stick this brown and yellow uh, boulder here, so you're going to have to carry the electric rock through the whole level because there happened to be a brown and yellow boulder at the end of the level, so you have to use that specific power on this specific thing, and you're not going to know that until you get to that point. Um, those are kind of bummers,
Mm-hmm.
uh, but the game's easy enough that they're just kind of like mildly annoying, and they play with it occasionally in fun ways. Like I remember Ripple Star 3 has my favorite use because it doesn't even look like it's one of those things uh, at the end, and you have to use uh, the copy ability to destroy the platform that you're standing on. And it's like,
Mm-hmm.
okay, that's really smart actually, because just really smart use of camouflage.
You've
So I'll
been
give it up for that.
conditioned throughout the rest of the stage to just expect all these rooms to look similar, so it
Yeah,
subverts it very late.
yeah. So they play with it here and there, but uh, so small misgivings with that element of it. Yeah, but even at its worst, it's just like mildly annoying and not that big of a deal.
I was wondering when you'd pick up on that, SG. Yes, indeed. Um, but uh, Kirby 64, I think, is at least before Forgotten Land, probably the most immediately inviting game in the series.
Yeah,
Uh, of course, that opening cutscene is lovely. The cutscenes in general are lovely. I love this interpretation of these characters, but especially hitting that first level and Planet Popstar coming in and just oh my gosh! Every time I revisit, it's like, yeah, all right, yeah.
yeah.
Um,
This is like the first time that Kirby's had like friends that he did stuff with too, but outside of the helpers and Superstar, which you only really experienced in co-op.
mhm.
Um, I like that element where like Ado and Waddle Dee and DDD form this little gang of friends joining together.
Yeah,
I guess the animal buddies too, but they're more like power ups. But
they did have the start of level bumpers in Dreamland 2 and 3, but it's so much
yeah,
more in 64.
yeah,
Um, this would be the first Kirby series appearance of Makiko Omoto. Thank you, Jared. Um, as Kirby, and of course she adds a lot. Of course, Sakurai being DDD is fabulous. Uh, and on that note, playable DDD for the first time. That's really fun. Um,
I
I
think it does. I think it is similar to Adventure in a lot of ways that each individual room is super memorable. But I think 64, the one element it has over Adventure is that it also makes each individual level really memorable, um,
agreed. Like it's
cohesively.
I love that I love that there's so many little things like being in the pyramid that's filling up with sand and DDD saves you at the end. He just sticks his head and is like, "Yo, you coming?" Uh or like all the little minecart adventures or toboggan adventures or whatever you go on with DD or with Waddle Dee, where uh,
Yeah.
he and Kirby are just waving their hands as you jump. Um,
Uh, I do
uh,
think um, other weaknesses of the game. I feel like the card system is a little obnoxious if you actually want to collect those because um, it, they're completely randomly generated, even if you already have one. So you just have to play through levels over and over and over again to get them. And it
mhm.
spoils you on Zero if you happen to get his card before you actually fight Zero too.
I'd say that's a very specific example, but I don't know that it is possible to do
It
that.
happened to
Still
me as
rubs
a
me.
kid.
Oh yeah, no, I exactly. I don't know
Yeah,
that it should be a thing. It feels like it's nitpicking, but I don't know about that. Given that, given how much it leans on the reveal and the twist and the fake out ending that has been a thing
yeah.
for the previous two Dark Matter games. Um, eh, I'd be okay if they just held that one back and maybe just give it to you for beating 0-2 or whatever.
Yeah. Also, I think the boss fights are a little bit weak. Um, Probably, maybe slightly stronger than Kirby's Dream Land 3, um, because like Miracle Matter is one of the best boss fights in the series.
Hmm.
Um, Pix is pretty all right, um, but the rest are average to eh. Um,
Yeah. Magman's just kind of goes on forever. Acro is still Acro.
yeah,
Um,
um, the the Wispy Wood fight. I mean, it's still Wispy Woods, and like they're playing with the 3D gimmick, which is cute enough, but it's pretty easy. Um,
he's also a father, which I don't think has ever come up since. Is is Wispy a deadbeat father?
uh, you do get a second Ado slash Adeline fight, which I'm always fond of, so that's good. Um, and you get a reprieve of the DDD fight, which it's probably too easy even for that early in the game, but I'll excuse it. Um, and the Waddle Doo is not really a boss fight, but like it's Waddle Doo, so it's fine.
Yeah, Waddle
Uh,
Dee isn't a boss fight. Waddle Doo is.
um,
It is neat that they
and then
brought the best boss fight from the last game into this one as well, though.
the robot whose initials I could never remember. That one's pretty okay, but the hitboxes on some of its swings are a little weird. Mostly only matters if you're trying to do the get the perfect uh, for doing the boss rush without getting hit. But
Mhm.
um, I like the vibes of that fight at least, and also the vibes of Zero Two,
Mhm.
who has the same problem with like it's got great vibes, but the actual fight is kind of nothing, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Especially if you compare it to Zero One, Zero One, and Dark Matter for that matter. They feel like much more complete fights. Zero Two's just um, circle strafing and shooting the target right in front of you. And he has a weird band-aid.
Because he got hurt, because you killed him before. I don't know, maybe that's where his eye was before.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't have to linger here super long, but I can't think about Zero Two anymore without thinking of our friend. But of but like I loved how I know he was kind of embarrassed by his video on it, but I loved how Duke explained his connection with Zero Two, and you're right. A lot of it is just theming and flavoring, but there really is something there of that contrast of images, and especially the that you have to tough it out, and the game tells you as much. It I think I'm okay with at that point. The big challenge of the game was to get the titular crystal shards. So I think I'm kind of okay with Zero Two largely being a victory lap.
Yeah. Or you can kind of think of it as like the fourth level of Ripple Star, which is kind of short and abrupt anyway. So
Oh, sure. Yeah.
I guess that makes both levels a little bit um, less disappointing. But
Mhm.
if you kind of combine them in that sense, but I don't know.
That thought never occurred to me, but it assuages my frustration at Ripple Star only having 3 levels, so I might just have to file that away for the future.
Uh-huh.
Um, uh, we've all got that one moment or character that just resonates with you. For me, Metal Mario from Smash 64 is a character that's pretty important to my life, IMO.
I can feel that. Like
I
that
can
guy,
respect that.
that guy would never die. You don't feel that in any other game, any other Smash game.
Like, we'll get to it, but like, Smash does have bosses where the gimmick is that they don't take knockback, but I feel it's much more interesting to have a boss where they will eventually take knockback, but boy, you have to bust your ass to get there.
Yeah.
But it's a task for later discussion. For the time being, Kirby 64, what do you think? Top of A, bottom of S? Do, 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 do,
Um,
do. Yuba?
I think it's A. It does have pretty strong weak points in some of the boss fights and like the needing to haul copy abilities and whatnot, and some pacing issues with Rockstar going on a bit long and Ripple Star not going on long enough.
Mhm.
I kind of put it in Kirby's Adventure in a similar box in that they're short games with a little bit of depth underneath the hood thematically, um, but mostly just like lots of good vibes and making each level distinct. The one thing is that Kirby 64 makes each level distinct in addition to just making each room distinct, and you kind of go into each room in random order. But Kirby's Adventure has stronger boss fights, and you give it a little bit of leniency for being an NES game. Um, so you can excuse it for not having fully cohesive levels in the same way.
Mhm.
I'd probably put it. Um, I think I like thinking about Kirby's Adventure more, but I like playing Kirby 64 more, so I might put Kirby 64 above it.
Well, that's interesting. Um, I think that's a fair take. I definitely would put 64 over Adventure.
Yeah,
In the specific example you have of the moment-to-moment gameplay of 64 maybe being stronger, but Adventure having stronger boss design. Um,
yeah,
I don't know. I think I would absolutely value the moment-to-moment more in this specific comparison.
yeah,
Um,
yeah. That's fair.
let's see. I do love how Darkstar has been combined with Dangerous Dinner in the form of a dangerous high-flying finale in Fighters 2 and Return to Dreamland Deluxe. Yeah, Dangerous Dinner. That's how you make a final world have fewer levels and have each one feel impactful. We will get to that, but yes, but okay, yeah, I'm pretty satisfied with that placement. So let us move on to Kirby Tilt and Tumble.
Man,
Uh,
I think you should have the majority of this, considering it was you doing the actual suffering. And I
okay,
haven't actually physically played the game beyond like an hour.
so it's not F.
Okay.
Moving on. No. Um, I didn't have. I ultimately didn't have fun with Tilt and Tumble, but I don't think it's a bad game. I think it's a really fun experiment, and I think there's it's got some sauce. It's a neat experiment. It's some of the levels I think are alright. Um,
What was the thing Kirby said when he died? It was like, "Ow!" Or
it it was
it was like very visceral. I remember that.
he would scream horribly every time he fell down a pit, but also he would drown.
Yeah.
He had this horrible drowning sound of. It's like, good God, Kirby, Kirby. Uh,
Sorry, continue. I just remember that all.
no, that's fair, and it's it's. Well, that's interesting. You can really tell how long the Game Boy went on by comparing the DDD themes in the original Dreamland to Tilt and Tumble. It's that is a fair point. It's fun. I think Tilt and Tumble benefits best from looking at it in the continuum of it being the final Game Boy Kirby, non-advanced. It Tilt and Tumble is so light in respect to continuity that you can almost look at it as a not an actual remake, but a spiritual remake of Dreamland, of just being an extremely simplistic, high concept analysis of what this series can be. I think from that perspective, it's fun. From the perspective of being an early edition of a gyroscopic game, that's fun. Visuals are fun. The novelty of having Kirby voice acted is fun. It's just suffering.
Yeah.
Like it's.
But is it suffering in like a good way, in a Ghosts and Goblins kind of it hurts so good sort of way?
Um. Kinda. I probably think of it in the same way that I do Super Mario Sunshine. A weird comparison because a lot of people really like Sunshine.
Yeah.
Sunshine is a favorite pain, which is to say, it is suffering, it is very annoying, it is inexplicably dickish to the player, but sometimes that's the charm of it. Likewise, I think the charm to Tilt and Tumble is that for some freaking reason, the game really just wants you to take a very long time dealing with robots that move slowly and make a very, very, very slow, agonizing bridge. And sometimes that's funny. But like, and like, some of the stage gimmicks are fun. I like that the mint leaf is inexplicably irrelevant again. The game sometimes does interesting stuff with that. But like, I don't like that there are only 3 bosses, and I don't like that. It's not really that interesting that the orb guy shows up so often. It's a fine enough fight, but it's really not that interesting.
I agree with that.
I will also say I have played the game on cart as well. I tripped and somehow acquired a Japanese cart and I have played it on Game Boy, on a handheld Game Boy, and I mean, when we streamed it, we played it on Switch off of NSO, of course, and there's a degree of abstraction there, that an extra degree of complication, since you're not looking here at the controller, you're looking here at the game. That definitely impacted things, but a lot of the weirdness for or a lot of the things with how the game handled is consistent with the with the actual cart. They did a really good job emulating it, and they did a really good job emulating the original experience, so the suffering is fairly consistently suffering.
Yeah.
Did you say
Although I, for what it's worth, like, um, there is a history going back over 100 years of pigs in clover type games of being suffering. So like, it's not. Um, it might just be inherent to the genre to an extent.
Well, okay, so since you're making that comparison, with Block Ball, we gave that a lot of credit for being a novel take on a legacy genre that doesn't get as much play.
Yeah.
With Breakout, Arkanoid, single player Pong, whatever. Do we give Tilt and Tumble credit for invoking Pigs in Clover?
I don't know. Um, I would say probably less credit because um, I don't know if it's outside of designing these little obstacle courses or whatever. I don't know, and those only occasionally are interesting for being an obstacle course. Like, I don't think the experience is fundamentally all that different from just trying to get those damn pigs into the clover. Um, it's just longer. So, uh, like, I don't give it as much credit as something like Block Ball for thinking about Arkanoid in a different way and designing the game around that. It's just like, yes, it made these obstacle courses, but did it really make a good case for there needing to be obstacle courses that experiment with this sort of system? Like, in a tech way, yeah, this is cool that you were able to transfer um, the mechanics of a mechanical game into this video game format, but does it really say anything artistically, I guess? Things really heating up in the Pigs and Clovers fandom, folks. Yes.
That's just an
Uh,
interesting comparison.
well, believe it or not, that was like a hugely successful, um, like phenomenon. Is like the handheld game that everyone wanted. I forget the president at the time, but he bought one of them, and he that the U.S. president had one, and um, people got on his case for wasting too much time trying to get the pigs in the clover and whatnot. So a little bit of history that people forgot about. That game's been remade so many times that people forgot that Pigs in Clover was the first one.
Suppose it's sort of along the lines of pinball's history of trying to prove it wasn't gambling. Like, you just don't think about that these days.
This list is awful. Well, hello to you too, Will.
Hey, well. Um, Magic Ice, aka Vanilla, asked earlier, would you consider Tilt and Tumble to be the last Kirby game of the classic era or the first Kirby game of the middle era of Kirby, or something in between? Definitely the end of the classic era. Like I said, it sort of acts as a bookend with Dreamland. I feel like we're about to get into the era of Kirby trying really damn hard to get the next console game off the ground and just not succeeding for over a decade.
It also feels right that like the middle era starts with a remake of Kirby's Adventure, which was I guess not the big name because Superstar existed, but like the big huge formation of Kirby's mainstream identity, I guess. And now they're taking that into a new era with this remake and modernizing it with the elements from Superstar and whatnot. We'll get to that later, but also that and combined with like the new marketing push with Kirby Right Back at You, that too.
Was just thinking that, yeah, that this is the the anime did a lot to influence what Kirby was as a series, since it that was around the time that we outside of box art stopped getting American Kirby. But yeah, no, I very much agree with that sentiment. With respect to where Tilt and Tumble goes, I think I put it over Superstar Stackers, but not over Pinball Land.
Okay. I think Superstar Stacker's probably more fun, but Tilt and Tumble's more novel, so I'm okay with that.
It thinking about the anime makes Mass Attack an even more poignant end to the middle era. I would agree with that. Yeah. But that we'll also come to further down the line. Superstar Stackers is a more enjoyable game, but I think Tilt and Tumble is funnier. And
funnier in a good way. Yes.
Yes. All right.
Although it puts up a strong effort with DDD's hilarious prank.
Yes. All right. Well, let's see. What's next? Get ready. I mean,
yeah.
Melee's just probably even, honestly.
Yeah.
I know that the discourse is kind of means if you weren't there for Melee when it was fresh, it's probably kind of this thing again. Believe you me, I beyond an academic appreciation of it, I do not care for Melee's competitive scene. I don't necessarily have anything against it. That just has never been my scene. I still think Melee is a phenomenal game.
I,
Um,
I, I, I watch Melee competitive on occasion, but like same here. That's not why I love Melee. Um, it's you can't really put it into words exactly. They don't have before Melee. There wasn't a game that like took itself so seriously, um, but like really sold it to you and made you believe how serious it was with itself. Like I hate to use the word epic, but like that, just the cinematics and like the bringing all of the characters together. It wasn't something that, and these days feels kind of like expected, but back then it was just something that you never saw in most video games in general, and especially not with Nintendo. Um, but like just the it felt big in bringing all of these characters together, and like I love the trophies for how they were able to um, how they were able to actually inform me about all of these games that I've never heard of before. Um, it's a personal connection, and I understand that, and I'll never get that connection again. But I really do value just that educational aspect of introducing me to all of these worlds I've never considered before. um, it's unique in that it actually teaches you the mechanics of the characters in a way other Smash games I don't feel do nearly as good a job of, between the the target test and more event matches, placing specific emphasis on them and making unlock requirements more strict so each individual unlock feels more monumental.
mhm.
Um, the stage list is dramatically improved, where most stages are pretty fun to play on. There's definitely clunkers like Icicle Mountain, but like the majority are goofy, if not actually enjoyable. And like even from a competitive standpoint, they have a solid uh, counter pick system, um, that's able to evolve instead of just always playing on Kirby Streamland every time, um, because they have better variety in stages.
Mhm.
Um, it still has that same kind of impact to an extent where that Smash 64 has, and it feels like every move that you can make has a lot of impact and it's very fast. Um, but a lot of people don't like that because they feel like it makes the game have a higher barrier to entry, but I think the opposite. I feel like it being so fast and everything having impact means that you don't have to learn all of these micro interactions of like out of shield options and combos and um, SDI and keeping all of your slow floaty movements in mind so that you can chain multiple aerials together. And like I know there's a lot of um, high level stuff that I'll never be able to do, and that's fine. But I think it's more approachable from a low level too, just because you can feel the immediate impact of what you're doing, and you can push the button and uh, make a big kill move happen. In later Smash games, it feels like I can really struggle to actually make a kill because people feel so much more durable. Um, the I feel the single player is probably the strongest it has been in any Smash game, which is weird because we've had two dedicated single player modes, and I don't think either of them are nearly as good because they kind of um, faff about a lot. This is more focused, and it feels like you're doing more fun things in it instead of just like Subspace Emissary. You're going through kind of bland levels and um, dealing with a lot of tedium in them. And then World of Light has even more tedium. It has a fantasy of engaging with the spirits and what those mean, which is fun and cute, but that can only sustain a single player experience for so long for me.
World of Light is made or broken on the player's willingness to suspend disbelief.
Yeah.
Which can work, but you are asking a lot, and that's not necessarily a question, or that's not a question that Melee is asking in its adventure mode. Weirdly, Melee's adventure mode is probably the best Smash Bros. Has done at being a crossover. Since it's that juxtaposition of all the different gameplay styles transposed into an engine modeled after Kirby Superstar, but like
IMO. Go ahead.
Like
Go
how
ahead.
it has a Mario platforming sequence, it has a Zelda dungeon, it has an F-Zero race, it has an ice climber mountain, it has a Pokemon duel, although that's probably not the best comparison, but it's trying.
Yeah. IMO after Melee's Smash games felt less fun with its development, like the expectations got too high, which led to a lot of weird focuses in areas. Brawl story mode sacrificing game feel, Smash Wii U trying to be different enough to make it different from 3DS, and Ultimate bringing back every character, sacrificing feeling new, and the other modes feeling pretty shallow. I like World of Light because I like seeing the devs uh, can assign the spirits to characters and stages. I would agree that they feel less fun. It feels like a character like Dr. Mario couldn't really exist in Modern Smash just because the expectations are so high.
Absolutely not. The old story of how Sakurai added Dr. Mario just to justify including Fever as a track.
Yeah, and because they felt like they needed a doctor on the team with them beating each other up so much.
I missed that. That's fun.
But it also works in kind of a way too, because like in a weird sort of way, Dr. Mario is like a major killer puzzle game series for Nintendo. So like, even though it's an unconventional pick, it like makes a lot of sense. And Mr. Game & Watch in the same way, like it's unconventional and wouldn't have existed if they weren't able to save so much development time with these really cheap animations and stats that are copy pasted from Mario and unfinished aerials that aren't L cancelable and a shield that doesn't copy all of Mr. Game & Watch's body. No, I'm not mad. But even though they took all those shortcuts, and that's the reason why they were able to make Mr. Game & Watch exist in the first place, that's just the fact that he exists at all is a really novel idea, and you get a unique sort of feeling character built out of those limitations. I just don't know if you get that in the same sort of way. So many Smash characters, yes, they have a central gimmick to them, but like it feels like a strong gimmick built off of a base. Or like it's so centralizing of a gimmick that it doesn't feel like you're playing Smash Bros in the same way anymore. if it's a character like Min Min or Steve or something.
Mhm.
But
It's if we want to have the sense of spontaneity that that Melee had with some of the choices it made, we really do need to just wipe the board clean and start over. I think I like the identity Smash has made for itself, but I don't think there's going back along our current trajectory.
uh-huh.
To what you're saying as well.
Piranha Plant was a good effort, though. I'll give him that.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. More of that, please. But I also don't know how you justify more of that under the current model. Okay, so since this is a Kirby ranking, the Sakurai bias is very much a thing in Smash Bros.
This is the game with the least Sakurai bias, though, by far.
Well, and that's sort of the thing. It so you look at you look at Melee's choices of Kirby stages, just as a very specific example. In Smash 64, Kirby had one stage. It was kind of a generic stage that wasn't really based on any specific game. But at the same time, it was okay because that was kind of the style of all of the every Smash Bros. Or every series in Smash 64 was kind of getting that treatment. So it's like whatever. In Melee, there are now very specific locations that are being played with consistently. So okay, location is more relevant. What are we working with? You have a stage that's ostensibly based on Dreamland, but takes as much from Star Stacker. And you have a stage that's based on Adventure. Now, Dreamland and Adventure, of course, that's Sakurai bias again. Oh, he's just pulling stuff from the games he worked on. Yes, but you don't notice that because that's very much the tonality of the types of references that Smash Melee is making to other games.
And at this point in the series' history, Sakurai was still the primary creative on the series, so that they're not specifically referencing Kirby 64 is not seen as an egregious error or anything.
Right. But you get that as well with all of the other series as well. Like Zelda. What are your two big Zelda stages? One is a reference to Majora's Mask, the other is a reference to Zelda 2. Those are very strangely specific games to reference. Yes, Majora's Mask was the latest major Zelda game, but given the economy of you can do any two games, it's not going the route of an Ocarina of Time stage or A Link to the Past stage or something like that. It's specifically Zelda 2. There's that level of creativity and spontaneity is very much you can see it in every aspect of what Melee is as a game, of what it is as a commemoration to date of Nintendo's efforts. You mentioned the trophies before. This is my favorite suite of trophies in the series. A lot of that is definitely biased. These were the trophies that I had as a kid, and thus it informed a lot of... it was how I learned a lot about Nintendo's history and such. I don't mean to take away people who had that experience with later games in the series. That's perfectly valid. At the same time, there's the specific way that Melee talks about previous Nintendo games. I've always found it a very weirdly clinical but romanticized, if that makes any sense whatsoever, take on these games. It uses a lot of very adult language in talking about this stuff.
It's like it's almost like not smarmy, but it's using such like kind of pretentious, but in a fun way, sort of
Yes.
writing. Like it knows it's pretentious.
Um. Let's see. I have a couple noted here. It's noted that King DDD, quote, performs no administrative functions, and the citizens of Dreamland continue to live as they always have. Now that's telling the same joke that we see a lot throughout the series of DDD being a self-proclaimed king of Dreamland, and no one really respects him. But the way that that's such a coldly political way of stating that's really funny, that
Yeah,
it's just like a very encyclopedic way of saying that. But there's
yeah,
also a lot of artistry to how it's communicating it. Marth isn't simply a prince, he's the betrayed prince of the kingdom of Altea, forced into exile, and whose kingdom is later annihilated. Or I think a lot about the description of the moon from Majora's Mask, how it's described that for some reason, or for an unknown reason, within the moon is a single plane, uh, broken only by is a great plane broken only by a single tree, and that's such a strange way of describing that legitimately, not Majora's Mask itself, but Melee talking about Majora's Mask runs into my head every time I drive through farmland and see a single tree in an open field. Uh
I always liked the like one just because I thought their name comes from an old Hylian proverb: "World leaders and shield eaters have many likes alike." I don't. That always stuck out to me.
that's super clever because it's that exists to patch an untranslatable Japanese linguistic pun, and
Yeah,
like, good God, that's clever. Not
yeah.
you taking this opportunity to just invent lore like that. That's I, I love stuff like that. That sort of thing just makes it feel all the more significant and all the so much bigger. Or
Uh-huh.
another example that I like to mention a lot is Ayumi Tachibana's trophy in Melee. Almost certainly the only reason why anyone in the West cares about Famicom Detective Club. It is almost
Well,
word.
outside of the re-releases, but yeah.
Well, yes, but the description is almost word for word completely inaccurate,
Uh-huh.
but it still paints this really vivid picture of this teen girl who her best friend was murdered, and she has to find her killer, and the image that paints is so fascinating and so contrary to here's baby Mario, here's Kirby, here's a cuddly hamster. That these things can exist in the same continuum.
Or the the cloaking device and the motion sensor bomb coming from GoldenEye, but they couldn't say GoldenEye, so it says top secret on the where the game comes from. I love that. Well, the cloaking device was from Perfect Dark, but yeah.
that they're doing little dodges, and I think the British release or the European release does name drop the Carrington Institute, which is cute, but it makes you wonder. It's a neat dodge. Uh, do you think the trophy descriptions are like that in the original Japanese, or was that how the English translation was? Knowing Sakurai, he probably wrote most of the original descriptions, so I would have to imagine a lot of that is from the translation, but it's I don't know. It's definitely this unique confluence of what the game is. Now, of course, acknowledging that Melee was developed in one hell of a development crunch, maybe we shouldn't have more Melees if that's what it takes. But at the same time, there really isn't anything like Melee. I don't know. I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah. Um, I don't know about that.
It
Like some of my favorite games, like Majora's Mask, as well, was at major development crunch. Um, but like, there, I feel like there's probably a happy medium to do it at. I feel like um, a lot of executives took the crunch makes good games uh, message. They took that in the wrong direction. Um, because if you have too much crunch and you have it developed for a long time, you get um, that has its own issues of just feeling overdeveloped.
Mhm.
Um, you have to, you just have to have passionate developers is the main thing, and not um, not as huge of teams. Like if that means we have to get less technically impressive games from me, that says so be it. But that's not where gaming is going to go, of course.
Yeah.
But that's just me.
Some
But
of it
that is. Go ahead.
I was gonna say some of it as well as a lot of these games from like the 90s and the with that are part of legacy series. It's worth acknowledging that a lot of these as well were um, the development cycles were very much the product of young professionals who were more willing to push themselves in these directions. Not
Yeah.
necessarily saying that that's always a good thing, but it does explain some stuff.
Yeah.
Majora's Mask is a game that Eiji Aonuma could only have made at that time in his life. Melee
Uh-huh.
is a game that Sakurai could only have made at that time in his life.
Right. Um.
You kind of can't force a game like that to exist, pretty much, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Um. I guess you see that kind of thing in the indie scene. You see the passionate developers that make their own indie games too.
Hmm.
Um, you just don't see it in AAA as much because they have too many people involved and too much less and not enough creative vision. Um, but that
It's
is
not,
what it is.
yeah. It's not really possible to have that type of major game development experience anymore. There's just too many moving parts, too many layers and stuff.
Fun fact: in an interview, the interviewers were like, "How cruel a mentor would make a mentee go through his worst experiences." When I knew my ass, Daiki Iwamoto to make Spirit Tracks in less than 2 years.
Oh, wow. I don't know that I ever heard that.
Uh,
But yeah.
one one thing I was going to bring up, uh, uh, but we kind of got sidetracked.
Oh, yeah.
I think uh, Green Greens, if we're talking about Kirby, Sakurai bias of Kirby, um, I think Green Greens is kind of a bummer that they did. It's basically the same thing as Dreamland again.
Mhm.
We I praise the stage list in Melee mostly, and I still stand by that. But I feel um, they could have done something that doesn't just feel like Dreamland again.
Yeah. It
Um,
would have been
may,
fun
may,
to have, like, I don't know, bubbly clouds or something.
or they could have like you can tell that uh, the Halberd got so much marketing in Brawl. Like it almost feels like Sakurai's like, oh man, I should have put that in Melee. Damn it. Um, so
Like sometime in 2004 or something, he was going, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it,
yeah,
damn it, damn it,
yeah,
damn it.
yeah. Like Imagine the Halberd instead of green greens, like uh,
Oh, done and dusted
phenomenal.
there.
Yeah, maybe he made a brief attempt at it, um, and so like, yeah, I don't know if it's worth doing this much tech into it.
Mm.
Um, this would take too much development time, especially when we already have the big dramatic moving stage in Mute City, which is also a phenomenal stage, by the way.
Yes. Well, of course, so much of it's well-known knowledge these days, but just how much of Melee was left on the cutting room floor or rejected because they had to pitch ideas after a while,
Mhm.
throw out ideas after a while. Pokey Floats exists because they couldn't do a Sprout Tower. Um, there's no Fire Emblem stage because they ran out of time for that. Um, there's only one Ice Climber stage because they ran out of time to do the Ice Cap one. If you guys stream longer than me today, I'm going to be concerned about your sanity and health. Hey, Beer.
Hey,
Um,
um,
assuming that you're just tuning in now, I guarantee that's probably not going to happen. Don't worry about that.
well, I mean, it wouldn't be longer because we started later, but fair enough.
Yeah, we're not going to run through all of these tonight.
No.
But we can just pick up next time. But I'd like to get a little bit further in if
Yeah.
uh yeah, Melee tops. I don't know that, or I anticipate we will have other things higher than it later on maybe, but for now I am fine with Melee being top of the roost here.
Mhm.
Uh yeah. So, moving on, we've got Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland. Uh I don't actually put it up here. This is just where I placed it for now. Um, I am of course terribly fond of Nightmare in Dreamland. Um, I would be more likely to replay Nightmare in Dreamland because I'm more specifically tuned to what Nightmare in Dreamland does as how to that specific game feel. But there's probably more novelty in base adventure.
Um, I'm maybe not as harsh on the game as I used to be uh, going through the series with you.
Mhm.
Um, it does do some interesting things with its backgrounds. It's kind of uniquely um, like surreal
Mhm.
in a way not a lot of other Kirby games, even though the tile sets don't always match the backgrounds very well. Um, I don't think it's as cohesive as Adventure is artistically, but like I appreciate it. Um, I also don't feel like it's making nearly as big of a statement as Adventure is, but
Mhm.
like it's a solid uh, statement a for what it is, which is a Game Boy Advance portable game, bringing Kirby into the quote unquote middle era, where it's not really like um, standing out or doing things that are super impressive for the most part, but it's a regular, solid B-list series for Nintendo, and
Mhm.
usually a source of a good time if you pick it up. Um, I do, I do think modernizing the controls and the visuals and stuff, it all works. Um, I think there's certain things that are travesties, like the butter building, of course.
Yeah, it
Um,
um the first time I played Base Adventure, I hit butter building and I was like, "Whoa!" So when I finally revisited Nightmare in Dreamland, after well over a decade out, I was like, okay, how are they gonna do this? Oh, okay.
Yeah, they don't do it. Um, uh, Meta Nightmare is kind of neat, but it's hard going back to now, considering how basic it is compared to the other speedrun modes, especially since you do need the 100% extra mode. Yes, but also like I don't view Meta Nightmare as a speedrun mode exactly. I view it as now you can play as Supersonic, basically.
You can now play as Luigi.
But I guess in part my experience is kind of tainted by the game feeling very short for the time. Like it's acceptable on a NES game because those games in general are very short, but a Game Boy Advance game at this point you would want a little more meat on there, I think, rather than 3 hours. But also I was kind of tainted by this being a game that was stolen from me, actually.
Oh, shoot. I don't know that we went over this story.
I snuck my Game Boy Advance to school with me, and I left it somewhere, and someone snagged it.
Oh.
And it had Kirby Nightmare and Dreamland in it, so I haven't physically played it through that since then. But I have gone through the whole of the game and experimented a little bit with Meta Nightmare. So,
Hey, first time a music track actually lined up for one of these.
also, the mini games feel really half baked compared to something like Superstar, or way half baked compared to something like Triple Deluxe.
I am fond of Air Grind, but yeah. Yeah, it's they're just kind of there. They're fine, but they're just kind of there. I respect Nightmare in Dreamland was 03, I believe. 02 or 03.
Was it? I thought it was a launch title.
No, definitely not a launch title. It was early Game Boy Advance, for as much as that applies for a console that lasted 3 years. Not entirely fair, but you know. But like it's a lot of the Game Boy Advance ports were Super Nintendo games, with the novelty being that finally this is a hardware that
2002.
is 02. Okay. A lot of Game Boy Advance games were based on the Super Nintendo, with the novelty being that finally portable gaming technology has caught up to the point of being able to sophisticatedly or being sophisticated enough to reproduce a Super Nintendo experience. That's why the Mario Advance games were often Super Nintendo games. It's why you had Link to the Past remake, you had the Donkey Kong Country remakes, a bunch of stuff. Now, of course, Game Boy Advance color palettes were washed out. Yeah, yes, we're focusing on the gameplay experience. The Game Boy Advance was sophisticated enough to contain the entirety of a Super Nintendo game in the palm of your hand. So they remade the bite-sized NES game. Now, they tried their damnedest to pad it out with effectively encouraging the player to experience it 3 times in a row: normal mode, extra mode, meta nightmare. I respect Meta Nightmare. Meta Nightmare is fun. I had a lot of fun with it as a kid. It was very neat. I think it was a surprise actually when I unlocked it, so it was kind of an oh cool. But I definitely would agree that it's less sophisticated than later incarnations of that type of mode. But it's still a neat early novelty that modern Kirby would take as a template to play with. I also
forget. They, I don't think I ever looked it up or anything. Do you just fight Meta Knight as Meta Knight?
I don't remember. I want to say they skip Meta Knight's fight.
Oh, okay.
I think you skip the Meta Knight fight, and then the game ends on the DDD fight.
Oh yeah, yeah. You don't do the. I remember not. I remember it being a thing that you don't do the nightmare fight.
Yeah. Oh, you do fight Meta Knight as Meta Knight. Okay, so completely blanked on that. It did always feel kind of like, oh, okay, well, that's it.
They skipped the fight in Superstar Ultra.
That's what I'm thinking of. Okay. I will say as well with Nightmare in Dreamland, like I said, my very first Kirby game, I got it as a dumb kid who was not very good at video games. I was super, super excited for it. And I liked the game, but I beat it within 12 hours of getting it, which was not something I was skilled enough to do with most games as a kid.
Yeah.
Now, granted, that was beating the base version of it. So I would still have extra mode that took me a bit longer, and then Meta Nightmare that took me a bit. But
it's weirdly even shorter than Adventure because the game doesn't lag as much, and because the movement in general is faster.
I think it was worth reasserting what a Kirby game was at a time when Kirby was kind of spinning its tires as a series. I suppose, to be fair, this would have been more... Kirby wasn't spinning its tires yet. It would be about 2004 when we started hearing about the GameCube Kirby game. That wasn't the one that we got. But by that same token, we also had, what was it, Kirby Bowl and Kirby's Air Ride on the N64 that went nowhere. So Kirby had kind of started developing a history of titles that didn't come out. For that matter, Kid Kirby on the Super Nintendo, but that was way earlier. So I do think it was worthwhile to reassert what Kirby was. And I think that's fine. And I do like Nightmare in Dreamland, but it is kind of a fairly safe title for the series to do at that point.
Yeah.
There's not a whole lot of unique compliments that I can give it. Most of the compliments I would want to give it would be just reiterating things that Adventure did, and I don't know how much credit I can give Nightmare in Dreamland that. I also think as much fun as the strange, surreal landscapes are, it's not as pretty. The vibrant colors on Adventure really do a lot for it. And I say that as someone who can't see them.
Well, you can see a lot of them anyway, and you can see similar colors as to the ones they are intending. So you can kind of get the vibe that they were going for a little bit.
I get enough of it, yeah.
But yeah, also like I said, the tile sets feel like there's a mismatch with the backgrounds in a lot of cases.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. All this feels like kind of a B tier.
Yeah.
Ranking. Or the see, part of me thinks C because like I value Kirby's Dream Land 3 so much more artistically, but like or not even artistically but aesthetically. So I'm not sure where to put it. Somewhere in that range of bottom of B to like under Dreamland 3, but I'll leave it up to you to where to put it. I could see anywhere in there. And you have more personal connection to that game.
I think I'm willing for this to be a case where I put this lower in this tier list than I would in a general gaming tier list or a general gaming rating.
Right, yeah. Again, this is relative to the Kirby series, so.
Yeah. I think... I would probably rather replay Nightmare in Dreamland to Dreamland 3.
It's definitely a more fun game, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So, that is fair.
It's kind of weird to think that Dreamland 3 and Nightmare in Dreamland, time-wise, are decently close. Yeah, it's just such a... the 90s and the 2000s formed such a stark divide, huh?
Uh-huh.
But yeah, they are only 5 years apart. I kind of want to put it over Block Ball as well, but I think that has to be your call.
Yeah, I'll put it over Block Ball for you. Sure, that's whatever.
All right, cool.
Like I said, I could go either way.
Fair. All right, let's try and get a couple more of these in. I don't mind running a little later tonight. Air Ride next.
Let's end at Superstar Ultra because that is sort of kind of the beginning of the end, the final era. Some people started at Return to Dreamland, but you could make an argument for either one. So.
I think we can go a little past Superstar Ultra, but that's fair.
Okay. We can do up to Kirby's Return to Dreamland then if you want.
No, one past Superstar Ultra.
Okay, do Waddle of Doom too?
Yes.
Okay.
For now though, Air Ride.
The ultimate climax of the second act of Kirby.
Yes. Air Ride's good. Legitimately, we've been talking about Air Riders so much, and I feel like so much of what we said about Air Riders applies for base Air Ride as well. Like, it's a very good game. I don't love it as much as a lot of people love it. It's got some really neat ideas. I think it's an interesting experiment. Sakurai was going for a racing game that is simple to understand due to its very small focus on mechanics. It being a game where you control drift rather than drive. Having 3 different gameplay modes that carry equal weight. I think these are all really interesting ideas. I don't think he really succeeded at that. I Whereas, yes, the literal actions performed over the course of playing Air Ride is simple. Um, Controlling drift specifically rather than drive is such a strange headspace to step into for someone who, for a casual player, that I think it becomes a lot harder to approach than you would expect, given that it's such a simple to control game. Um,
Yes, but also I feel that that's just a consequence of casual players not engaging with the racing game to begin with. Like if you watch so many casual players in Mario Kart, they will not ever press the R button and drift
mhm,
at all. Um, so with Kirby Air Ride saying no, you have to press the drift button. That is what this game is solely about. Um, I can understand that being off-putting to them, but at the same time, that is such a fundamental aspect of racing games that maybe they needed the kick in the gear like Kirby Air Ride to teach him, no, actually, guys, drifting is pretty important. You should actually do this thing.
hmm. I can. Hmm. I can kind of respect that, but I do think the consequences that makes Air Ride a very confrontational game. Uh, maybe that's okay, but it does mean that you have to accept Air Ride on its own terms, or you can f off, and
Yeah.
that's a very specific identity for the game to have.
Mhm.
Um, I don't know that that makes it a newbie friendly game. Um, it,
But I'm not necessarily like a lot of people think that Air Ride is meant to be this newbie friendly game because it only uses one button, and I don't necessarily think that was the intent. I think it's more like a experiment of how much depth can we get out of this single button, and if we are going to just use this single button, um, how can we uh, how can we convince players to um, all of the functions that come out of using this button? Um, like I would agree that I wouldn't recommend Air Ride as a first racing game, but I also I don't know if just because a game has basic controls, I don't think that necessarily means that it's um, lacking in depth or it's only for people that can think about two controls at the same time or something.
hmm. Yeah. Okay. I suppose that's fair. Vanilla suggests, honestly, to me, Air Ride has kind of a higher than expected skill floor, but a pretty low skill ceiling.
That
That.
that is fair. I think that there isn't
Mhm.
much of a skill ceiling because um, at least in the main Air Ride mode, just because you're going through pretty similar actions in most races.
Mhm.
But
It, yeah, I have no idea what high end play looks like, but it's very hard to imagine that it's much different than low end play. Just having more
uh-huh.
confidence with lines and such.
Hmm.
Um, But I mentioned two things. The other experiment that it seems to me to Air Ride is that it has 3 modes of equal weight. I do not
Yeah,
think they carry equal weight. Um,
no.
yeah,
Yeah, if it was just Top Ride, it would be the joke of the Kirby series. If it was just Air Ride, it would not be a joke, but it would be a kind of forgettable Kirby's take on the kart racer genre
mhm,
kind of game um, during a time when that was an exceptionally overcrowded market.
mhm.
Um, but then it also has City Trial, which is what people care about.
Yes, City Trial's great.
Yeah,
No shade. City Trial is what keeps you coming back to it. In my experience,
yeah,
Air Ride is what
it,
you start with. Referring to the 3 modes, Air Ride is what you start with. It's kind of, it teaches you the mechanics. It gets you into it. It's like, okay, this is what you're going to be doing. Top Ride is an interesting experiment. It's kind of a throwback design, more invoking RC
yeah,
Pro Am, that type of racing game. As a kid, I did not like it at all. I didn't get it.
yeah.
As an adult, I'm like, okay, it's going for a specific thing. This isn't my cup of tea, but I can respect having this arcadey mode to the side here. But then ultimately, it's all in service of practice for City Trial, which is the um, uh, once you get comfortable with the core mechanics in Air Ride, you switch over to City Trial and just have fun doing that forever.
I think City Trial actually makes the other two modes stronger because the
Vamp
other
for a
two.
sec. I'm gonna be right back.
Oh,
Just keep going.
I
I'll be
yeah,
listening to you.
okay. I think it makes the other two modes stronger in context because they're recontextualized as a break from your city trial runs instead of um, just like the main appeal of the game. And I think they work better in that context because you can just play through one race really quick and plow through a couple achievements before you do your next big city trial run. And um, I like that in sort of a crash team racing sort of way, the modes play into each other and the skills are transferable in a sense. Um, but you can jump between them and play a little bit of that, a little bit of this as you uh, keep going with the game. I feel like we'll get to Air Riders next week, but um, Air Riders doesn't have that as much because it feels like you're going to be doing longer sessions of one game mode or the other, especially with Road Trip taking up so much time and there being more achievements to hunt for in City Trail and stuff. It doesn't have like the jump back and forth element as much as the original did. um, uh, I feel like the game benefits from a slightly smaller checklist from Air Riders. It feels like Air Riders kind of got a lot of fluff. Um, there's only 360 different check marks in Air Ride, as opposed to uh, the 600, no, 750 counting online mode, 600 without counting online mode. So that really bloats up Air Riders, I feel. Whereas in Air Ride, you can just uh, pick away at it, and it feels like you're making more progress.
Mhm.
Um, especially with uh, it felt like they're doing more like really difficult challenges in Air Ride, where Air Riders has a lot of just like filling out um, tasks to do that don't take a lot of effort.
Now, I will acknowledge that Air Riders, part of why it felt like that was because the checklist for Road Trip is intentionally way simpler to fulfill than the other modes. But but at the same time, you're right. You're absolutely right that base Air Ride gets to be a lot more pointed with its objectives, with its checklist objectives. I did like the analogy you made before of if you treat City Trial as the main mode, that helps you be able to look at Top Ride as a little experiment you do as a pace breaker.
Yeah.
That's neat. Song is from Earthbound. This is the this is a cover of the Tea Time song. Forgot I had that in there. With respect to Air Ride, in a way, Air Ride was one of my first exposures to Kirby. I didn't own it until years after the fact, but it would have I would have played this while visiting my cousins, I think. So this would have been the first time I ever saw King Dedede. I had no idea what the hell I was looking at because the game kind of just throws you into that. You do City Trial and then suddenly versus King Dedede, and you're just here in this place, and suddenly there's a big guy on a weird vehicle, and he's just running around, and
and he's obscenely difficult.
Yes. I do think there's a lot of that to Air Ride, of the game just throws you at stuff. And again, to what we were saying earlier, it's a willfully adversarial game, and there can be benefit to that, but it also means that you need to sit down, son, and take your time with the game in order to be able to get something out of that.
Yeah. King Dedede, hardest Kirby boss. Not wrong.
Kinda, yeah. Oh, you're SG. You're recognizing this from Real Gems. Yes, he uses this from time to time. But I will say I think Air Ride did a lot to spark my imagination when I was getting into the series. I really liked, we kind of did this with Tarvold, but we had one stretch where we were like, okay, we're just going to go into City Trial in free play mode. We're going to give you objectives of things to find and things to do. And I don't know. I don't know how much of that was the intent of the experiencing that mode, but I feel like there's a decent amount of imagination put into the game. That's it's interesting. Air Ride is not at all, there is no story to Air Ride, but I feel like it does a lot of quiet incidental characterization for the series. Just by suggesting some of the fantastical layouts. Air Ride in some respects is very much a 3D incarnation of what Nightmare in Dreamland was doing to Dreamland. I like as well all the Easter eggs, like in City Trial, finding the little miniature of the city, finding the flowers.
I don't know the song, the name of this song, but it's the credits from Super Mario Land.
Correct.
A remix of it. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I think that was the and the legendary machines as little Easter eggs. Again, the specific relationship of all of those things to the greater Kirby series even in the era, even in modern Kirby, where it is a series that is endlessly reverential of itself, modern Kirby will reference Air Ride, but I don't think the specific components of Air Ride are significant to the identity of modern Kirby. In much the same way that Pinball Land or Dream Course or Block Ball aren't significant to modern Kirby's identity. But I still think, in terms of describing the visual landscape and such, it has some fun ideas, and I think it's in a time before modern Kirby really went ham on playing with what Kirby could be as a series. I think this was, and especially within the middle era of Kirby, this was a neat, this was a fine game to have to suggested ideas, and to, again, it inspired my imagination at points, and I think that's not nothing.
Yeah.
In terms of placement, maybe C tier somewhere.
We might. I told you this earlier, but we might need a new tier between B and C.
I'm fine with that. So for context, for everyone else, one of the things Gooms and I talked about before was as we do tier lists, we sometimes get to a point where it's like, well, it's not really here, but it's not really here.
Yeah.
And just organically, it makes sense to throw one of these in. Oh boy, I'm going to have to reassign all these colors. That's okay.
Yeah, that's the one disadvantage, but oh well.
Are those different colors?
Yes, they are different.
Okay.
They're very similar, but they're different.
I don't know. We're gonna have to come up with better names for these tiers, but that's okay. So what's your line of thinking here?
Air Ride there. Honestly, just Air Ride there for now. But I think that the gap between Smash Bros. And Nightmare and Dreamland is distinct enough for me that Air Ride fits in there nicely.
That's fair. Air Ride is fine, but I don't think it's significant enough to justify coming up here in B. At the same time, C is kind of a place of, well, this is all right. And I think Air Ride's a bit better than that.
Yeah.
I'm just stuck trying to with that name. Can't worry about that. Let's not worry about that now.
Yeah.
Let us instead worry about Amazing Mirror. So this was the first of the flagship duology, a pair of Kirby games made by Capcom developers.
It was Capcom, huh? I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. I don't think.
Oh, actually, we did talk about that a long time ago. I remember now. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I feel like Dreamland 2 over Air Ride is probably your hottest take at the moment. Yeah, no, it is definitely Dreamland 2 over Air Ride for me. There's no question there.
It's just that we both specifically have a lot of personal nostalgia for it.
Mm-hmm.
So we both kind of acknowledge that we're kind of rating it unfairly, but like, yeah, for us, it deserves to be a little higher.
Yes. But right, Amazing Mirror. I've mentioned before, this was my first new Kirby game. After I got into the series with Nightmare in Dreamland and explored previous titles, Amazing Mirror was the first game that I anticipated the release of. Um, Led to a lot of weird sort of experiences. Like, for example, this was Amazing Mirror was not localized by, or was localized by Nintendo of America rather than by HAL Laboratories, I think, which resulted in or maybe it was a different department within Nintendo of America or something, which resulted in weird translation quirks, like instead of Angel Kirby, it's Cupid Kirby. Instead of Mr. Frosty, it's Mr. Flosty.
Uh-huh. I always thought Cupid Kirby was a bit of censorship, but that was just guessing.
It probably is, honestly. I always, even as a greenhorn to internet gaming culture, I read that. I always read that as, oh, they censored it.
Yeah.
I am
not while you're fond of it.
I am fond of Amazing Mirror. It's starting to bridge the gap between the Adventure, Dreamland 2, Dark Matter games, and Superstar by starting to reincorporate stuff. You've got Fighter Kirby with an actual moveset. You, of course, have Smash Bros. Kirby, or Smash Kirby. It's I really like the experiments that they're going for with that. I will fully acknowledge that upon revisit, I was running it into a bit of, oh, well, they do kind of, if you're not careful, you do kind of get shuttled into the same loop over and over again.
Yeah.
Exploring the overworld.
I have made my opinions well known. I'm not really that fond of it, unfortunately. I guess I haven't done multiplayer with it, but I just feel like it's a very playable game in that you fill out the map and you keep going with it, and it feeds into itself very well. But there's not a lot of like individual moments that stand out to me. It's just kind of feels like I'm eating more chips when I play the game. It's like I don't know. I don't feel like I'm using my brain as much as I want to be when I'm playing the game, or I'm not engaging with something artistically. And there's certain things that are nice, like Prank is. We've mentioned him before, but he's the best enemy, and he's the best enemy in any Kirby game.
Yes,
best common enemy. I legitimately really like that idea of having him just exist to play pranks on the player once in a while, and that's very funny. Mm-hmm. And of course, Smash Bros is a phenomenal ability choice. Can't complain about that. That's super fun to use. But like, I don't know. It's just I don't really feel like I'm engaging with the game very much. I'm just kind of going through it. There's not a lot of difficulty, not a lot of testing, or I'm looking for teaching moments in video games, and I'm looking for testing moments in video games a lot, and the game kind of has neither. Or I'm looking for like artistic moments that stand out. And when it just doesn't have any of those moments for me, I'm kind of like, yeah, this is fine fluff, I guess, but to me, it's not enough for me to sink my teeth into.
Have to edit out, but glad we got to Amazing Mirror. Good night, all. See ya, Jared. Thank you for tuning in.
But I appreciate that it's like an interesting experiment, I suppose. Kind of a take on Great Cave Offensive. a little more expanded, but um, yeah, it's not. It. I don't hate that it exists or anything. It's just not a game that really vibes with me personally.
I think the fun of Amazing Mirror is Amazing Mirror is essentially a Metroidvania without upgrades. You do um, your unlocks are either aesthetic or convenience based, where you unlock new abilities in the ability room, which is the hub area or the fast travels. Um, I as I've
But
gotten old,
how is any game like a Metroidvania without upgrades though?
well,
It's
that's just it. As when I was young, that would have been functionally my first Metroidvania, and so the idea that a game could be search action and involve exploring and all these rambling paths that go in and out of different worlds, that was always very novel and neat. As I've gotten older and I've played stuff like Symphony of the Night, Super Metroid, hell, Metroid Dread, or more modern stuff, or even more mediocre stuff like the Mummy Demastered, and I've seen different modes of expressing the idea of Metroidvania. I've uh,
Amazing Mirror is a Metroidvania that doesn't have the thing that makes a Metroidvania a Metroidvania. A lock and key game with no keys or locks. That's kind of that's kind of like the best way to word it I could have heard. Yes. A
well,
lock and key game with no keys or locks. That's exactly how I feel about it.
it, it and I fully acknowledge that if it's what's the word, if that's an imperfect, if calling it a Metroidvania is an imperfect descriptor, I'm fine with that. It's the easiest thing to reach to access in describing the game. Like Great Cave Offensive, for that matter, isn't really a Metroidvania. It's kind of search action, but it's not. Again, no upgrade system. You're just kind of exploring and collecting treasures and stuff. That uh, but like in Amazing Mirror, it's as I've the idea of what you can do with a game that emphasizes exploring a rambling overworld. I've seen more games do more interesting things with that concept. That I come back to Amazing Mirror, and I think, well, this is neat, but surely they could have incorporated the deluxe copy abilities from Milky Way Wishes, or something to give more merit to it. But I don't know that that's quite what the team was going for. I think it's very easy to um,
Well, that's the thing. I don't know if it's really going for a lock and key game. That's just the genre people have ascribed to it externally. Maybe so, but if it's not going for that, then I don't see what it is going for. It just kind of feels like you're ambling. Like I'm looking for something to be tested on, and it rarely tests me on anything.
you know what it
If
is.
it's
It's and this might tie in with well, I weirdly this might be the open world Kirby game.
yeah, we've heard of that. I don't know if it feels like open world either, even though we've brought that up before.
Man, darn! I thought I was being cool and
No,
innovative. Damn.
no. Um, Open world feels like it needs individual, small, optional tasks that you can do and more choice in what you can do. This is like more of a, I guess, like going through a maze,
Uh,
like chat said, a maze game. Um,
Flowcharts, kinda.
yeah, um, like a visual novel flowchart almost. except you're doing very basic platforming instead of reading text.
Ah.
Um, I don't know.
Oh, man.
Yeah, no, we had a whole discussion about this when you're going through Starcross World. Yeah.
Damn, I wish I better retained some of these incidental conversations. I have great fun with sitting down and playing this stuff, but I retain so little of the moment-to-moment stuff. Of course, with
Uh-huh.
Starcross World, we sunk like a lot of time into that, especially with the final Coliseum. So I don't know.
Amazing Mirror is the playing Steve of platformers. Yeah.
Aw.
I can feel
Um,
that you're going through the game of lying your blocks and you're not playing the game. You're just doing your own thing. That's the same, regardless of your opponent.
I th-
Um,
I think I think Amazing Mirror is at its best when you start setting challenges for yourself. Like, if you, the player, decide, okay, I'm going to get all the treasures, or you, the player, decide, I'm going to see how far I can carry Smash Bros. As an ability. Um, Eventually, the
well,
game will.
I do too. I do both of those things though. Like like yes, you. I'm a perfectionist by nature, so I'm going to try to get all of the trophies, but I don't know. I mean, all of the treasures, but I don't know if going after them is really engaging in particular ways. Like, I don't remember specific treasures being more difficult to get. And, like, the holding on to a copy ability, yeah, but also you can do that in any Kirby game.
Well, yes, but I think the point that I'm getting at is I think Amazing Mirror is at its best when you're setting your own rules for yourself.
Uh
The
huh.
inverse of that then is that Amazing Mirror is at its most frustrating when you're not setting any rules and you're just going along with without doing anything in the game. That is to say, if you're just exploring rooms, just going, okay, I'm in this room, I'm going to go to this room, I'm going to go to this room, without really investing yourself in trying things, in setting your own parameters of how you're exploring this world, then you're just going to end up in the same loop of a flowchart and hit the goal game and then go back to the starting area and go, oh, okay.
Yep.
This is indeed Lava Rave. Yes. But I'll also, I will also acknowledge that I have never played multiplayer Amazing Mirror. I think multiplayer has the potential to really add a lot because it is legitimately just up to four friends can go. Okay, I'm gonna go in this direction. If you need me, call me. Otherwise, later. And
I
there's.
could imagine there could be some really creative routing with like speedrunners for multiplayer. That
Mhm.
seems like an interesting angle to take the game, but
For what it's worth, now that is a lot easier to set up since you've got it on NSO.
yeah.
Um, but hmm. Amazing Mirror feels Amazing Mirror is a game that is benefited in hindsight, I think. Triple Deluxe and Star Allies, some of what those games do really help tease out some of the most interesting elements of Amazing Mirror. Likewise for other odd spin-offs, the Kirby Fighters, uh, what else? Oh, the Clash games. I'll find in very strange ways find things out of Amazing Mirror, and in retrospect, it's like, oh, huh, okay. But I will also say that I think Amazing Mirror becomes a more interesting game because of later iterations, which puts us in a tricky place of looking at Amazing Mirror as it was as its own release. I think it's a fine experiment to do. I think it's a decent it's a fine experiment to do in an era when Kirby is not getting its next big project off the ground, so we're having side teams experiment with stuff that currently exists. Amazing Mirror is Nightmare in Dreamland by way of Great Cave Offensive. That's an interesting idea to experiment upon. I don't know that it's as good as either of those individual things, though.
Uh-huh. I guess fundamentally, Great Cave Offensive isn't very different, but I feel like I remember a lot more individual rooms in Great Cave Offensive, and it was just one experiment within a larger game. So I'm more fond of it being this one little experiment instead of it being the whole game.
I will absolutely grant that individual rooms in Great Cave Offensive are way more memorable than Amazing Mirror. Again, the only stuff that's coming to mind is the flowcharts come to mind more than the rooms that make up the flowcharts.
Yeah. Like I would say, Great Cave Offensive by itself, I like much, much more than Amazing Mirror. And then there's an entire rest of the game in Superstar as well. So, I don't know.
No, that's fair. That's fair. All right, $1 million question. Where are we putting it? It's.
I'm probably not going to go higher than D. I could go F, but and again, this is relative to the Kirby series. I don't hate the game. It's just not really my cup of tea, and um, I don't think it does enough that stands out to me personally. But I could go D because it is kind of an innovative game, in the same lens as like Tilt and Tumble. It certainly has more going on than Kirby Star Stacker.
It.
Go ahead.
It's definitely not F for me.
Yeah.
Star Stacker's problem is that moment to moment it's a very nothing game. Amazing Mirror is a
Yeah.
something game.
Yeah, that's true.
It's also not suffering the way Tilt and Tumble is, so I don't think it's fair to put it under Tilt and Tumble.
Yeah, I remember the boss fights being pretty good, and like multiplayer has potential, and like the high concept is there, and prank exists. So like Smash Bros exists, so there is stuff I like. So yeah, I'd probably put it D too. But
I personally would probably put it bottom of C, but I think
yeah,
in fairness, I will suggest top of D.
I can live with that.
Yeah, and again, I like asterisk the game's in D. It's just within the continuum of the Kirby series.
Yeah.
I guess my only argument for putting it in C specifically is, again, I think later games buoy it up a bit. Triple Deluxe really does interesting things with Amazing Mirror to an extent that after full clearing Triple Deluxe, it's kind of, oh wow, I'm really glad Amazing Mirror exists in this series. In a way that I don't think, I think was kind of my first time really feeling that about any Kirby game. That being said, that is way more on Triple Deluxe than on Amazing Mirror.
Uh-huh.
So
You said top of D?
top of D, yeah. So I think that's probably the most fair for us here. All right, moving right along, Canvas Curse.
F.
Yeah.
Fuck that game.
Could we at least put it top of F because of Speed Connect the Dots?
Yes,
And
I will accept
Drossia.
that.
Okay.
Yes. Drossia is a legitimately good fight, but honestly, throughout most of the game, you're struggling against the controls. It's not fun. The power-ups make it worse. It's even worse if you go for 100% because it's incredibly obnoxious how the collectibles are paced out and slow to get, and it just drags the game out. We didn't do that on stream, but trust me, I have done it, and it's obnoxious.
I think I tried for it at one point where it's like, oh, you have a lot of unlockable characters. Oh, there are all these side modes. Oh, good God.
Yeah. It does it wants to do the Kirby's Adventure acronym things, but then it runs into, oh, we need to make yellow, so fuck, what are we gonna do? I yellow. There we go.
Friggin' Neo Grio.
It has by far the worst Kirby soundtrack out of anything. It's obnoxious and blippy and sounds like farts at times. There's not really any consistent theming to the worlds. Like sometimes you get like different art movements, and that's kind of unique. Like I think with Drossia's environment in particular, they were going for like a surrealist thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I could kind of see something with that. But in practice, because these art movements aren't very well defined and they don't like codify them, it just ends up feeling like you're going through random environments with no rhyme or reason. I feel like the controls would be mastered a lot better in Rainbow Curse, which we'll get you next week.
Mm-hmm.
I feel Kirby just moves way too fast in this game, and like you don't have as much control over drawing the lines, and you need to make him jump in awkward ways all the time, and make him boost off of ramps, and it's just not a fun game. It's a frustrating game, and I can't even say it's frustrating in a way that's kind of inherent to the genre to tilt and tumble. I just think like this is a awkward experiment that's using a gimmicky idea to advertise the DS touchscreen more so than it's trying to be a good Kirby game on its own merits. It's just trying to advertise, look at this new tech, and that's why reviewers that played it for an hour absolutely loved it, but then people that got stuck with it as their Christmas present got had to deal with this obnoxious piece of trash. Okay, that's a little harsh, but I don't like it.
You do not like it. That is no.
No.
That's perfectly fair. That's perfectly fair. SGC,
Also, no bosses besides Drossia success too.
Yes, but you have Speed Connect the Dots.
Yeah.
Kracko and DDD are really nothing though. I play it up a bit, but I legitimately think the paint roller minigame is super neat just because it isn't really a Kirby thing. It is just quickly doing connect the dots. But level 3 on that, when you do that as its own side mode, it's a legitimately neat kind of challenge to see how far you can go with that.
I've heard the controls are not actually that bad on actual hardware, but it's been too long since I played my physical copy for me to fairly judge that myself. I hate the controls on physical hardware, so I don't think that's entirely just that. I feel like it doesn't change the momentum that's fundamentally wrong with Kirby. And also, it gives me carpal tunnel playing on actual hardware. So,
I when we played it on stream, we were definitely a bit hampered due to emulation issues. I keep
maybe a
mentioning it.
bit, but
I
I
keep
remember having the same issues playing the game. So, yeah.
I keep mentioning connect the dots, but there's a flow state that you fall into with that I just wasn't able to achieve playing it on emulator. That being said, the base game is absolutely the same sort of experience.
Yeah.
And especially if you're doing the specific ability trials, it's a neat idea, but like missile is. It feels
Yeah.
like the recurring dream I have, or I used to have when I was younger, where I was driving on an ice slick and I just kept, whoa, whoa,
I was
whoa.
so disappointed by Missile. I wanted Missile to be better than it was. It sounded so cool. Waddle Doo also. I wanted Waddle Doo's first playable appearance to be something better than this game. But no, he sucks. Same as everyone
Yeah,
else.
sadly, yeah. Um, it, yeah, sadly, a lot of the DS era is characterized by that of a very high concept offer that's really interesting, specifically of that era. But the moment you step past it, it's like we lived like this. Um, that being said, uh, Canvas Curse was Gumizaki's start with the series, and I do appreciate that he keeps referencing it in modern Kirby, because it's
Kumazaki just did the Drossia fight, right?
correct. So
Which
the
means
best
that,
part,
yeah, everything Kumazaki did in that game is good. I'll give him credit for that.
yes, and thus subsequent Kirby games are that reference Canvas Curse are referencing the good part of Canvas Curse.
Yes.
But it's hard to argue with that. It if nothing else, Canvas Curse suggests at the promise the series can hold, the potential that's coming down the pipeline. But as a game itself, no, it is dumb.
Canvas Curse is one of the best-selling Kirby games. I know a lot of people who had it. Yeah, because
Well,
it reviewed super well. It advertised the system super well. It hit at exactly the right time for a lot of people, and I get it. Um, and it had that very memorable marketing campaign where Kirby fell in love with a finger.
and learned the true power of touching. Touching is good,
Yes.
in fact.
Yes.
Um, all right, we've got a few more games. Some of these are going to be big hitters and starting to get late, so let's make sure that we get through them. Up next, on the subject of DS experiments that were certainly experiments, we have Squeak Squad.
Another weak entry.
Yeah.
Gonna be honest.
Yeah, I probably put it in D. I definitely put it under Amazing Mirror.
Yeah. Like, the character designs are fun. The squeaks, I suppose. I think the bosses up until Dark Nebula are pretty good. Of course, Dark Nebula sucks ass and ruins the game in a lot of ways. but the ghost power up is cool, even though it's underutilized.
Mhm.
Um, I like the unlocking different skins is cool, and the sort of weird stomach void system
Mhm.
kind of has something going on when you mix and match stuff sometimes. Not very often, but it occasionally comes in. And like it's got some pretty pretty neat abilities like
Yeah.
Bubble working with the stomach system and Animal digging through some stuff. Um, but it's a very short game. It feels like it's taking Nightmare in Dreamland again and learning nothing from it, um,
Mhm.
and just making it worse, and just no content, no difficulty at all. Um, Over with the game in like 3 hours, which is exactly my experience when I played the game for the first time. And until we streamed it, I don't think I ever touched it again. So
No, that's fair. It's uh Squeak Squad was a blank spot in my experience with the series. It was very much one that I was like, okay, well, I've been wondering about this one for years. Let's sit down and play it. And we did. And it was over.
yeah,
I think we did get 2 sessions out of it, but like it a shelf life this does not have.
I don't really remember any of the level archetypes either.
um TBH, I think I have developed a bit of an instinctive dislike of Squeak Squad, not because of anything in the game itself, but more so as a knee-jerk reaction to a bunch of people I know rating it above Amazing Mirror. It's it naturally invites comparison to being the other flagship game. After the team got done with Amazing Mirror, they were like, "Okay, let's do another Kirby." Oh, DS is new. Okay, yeah, let's do one for the DS. What do you want to do for it? I mean, he's got
So,
a stomach.
some people seem to really like Squeak Squad. I've never got it. Even I would put it below Amazing Mirror. Just and I'm not fond of Amazing Mirror because at least Amazing Mirror is more inventive.
Mhm.
Um, it just feels like a basic Kirby game and it's over and it just doesn't try very much. I don't agree often with X Play these days, but um, I remember uh, do remember their review on Squeak Squad pretty distinctly, and it said Kirby is a uh, like an all right meal at your third favorite diner. It's not bad. It's good. It's fine. And but then you eat it, and then you're done with it, and
Mhm.
and that's it. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's it's the most holding pattern game. I guess by consequence of what it is, mainline entry in the series. Like with every other game, you feel like it's really reaching to, or it's doing something to advance the idea of what the series can be. With Squeak Squad, your main gimmick is the stomach thing. Okay, that's hardware specific, so you can't really iterate on that. You have the squeaks as end of level obstacles. That's kind of neat. That's probably honestly an improvement of what Dreamland 3 was trying to do with its moment by moment stages. But it's also
I will add in a caveat too. I don't think the stomach system really feels like a central gimmick. Yeah, like even calling it a stomach system feels really generous. Like it feels like one step up from the one small step up from um like
the
new Super Mario Brothers having a level counter on the bottom screen or something. Like
yeah.
it, it, it very much feels like we didn't. know what to do with the bottom screen, so here you go.
Fair, fair. Um,
I just sometimes people hype up that damn stomach system, and I'm like, you're putting this on the same level of like Kirby 64's item mixing or something, and like, no.
but you can make the sword fire.
Technically, yes.
Um, Folks in chat are indeed pointing out the one thing in Squeak Squad that does feel like it's reaching forward is that it quite suddenly decides it wants to advance continuity from Revenge of Meta Knight, which I will
This
agree.
this will have to be my last one, by the way.
Oh, that's
So,
fine. We can wrap on this.
yeah.
Um, yeah, hell, starting with Brawl next time is a hell of a statement.
Yeah.
Uh, what was I saying? Yeah, it decides quite suddenly that it wants to care about continuity is neat. This is probably the first Kirby game in the series. Yeah, actually I'll say it. This is probably the first Kirby game in the series where it starts to feel like we hear an echo of what, or a ripple of what modern Kirby will be doing with its continuity. You could make the argument as well for Adventure having a Dreamland 1 sequence, but here
Well,
where quite suddenly you have, oh, this is Anime DDD's castle. Oh, this is literally a sequel to Revenge of Meta Knight.
well, what
That's
about
not nothing.
What about Dark Matter / Zero appearing in the trilogy?
I look at that as a sub-series, where that's fairly self-contained, and then it goes away, and then modern Kirby's like, no, this is part of us too.
I mean, I guess, but it's only a sub series in retrospect. Like back in the day, Dark Matter was the ultimate bad guy in Kirby.
Mhm.
Like Nightmare existed, sure, but um,
Nightmare was a punk ass brat.
but people kind of viewed Dark Matter as like the step up from DDD, and like the assumption was that Dark Matter would keep appearing in various games going forward, and then he just didn't, or like forms of Dark Matter, which I guess Dark Nebula might be, but um, not in the same way Zero and O2 are. 02.
Oh, right. I forget that. Yeah. Um. Hmm. I'm. I guess my perspective of the era was, oh, gee, I really liked Dark Matter. I wish they'd bring him back. Oh well. Um. But with Squeak Squad, again, I didn't play it when it was new, but I knew what it did when it was new, and I remember that feeling so novel of, oh, these guys, they care about a Super Nintendo game.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess you could say, to an extent, 64 having the animal helpers show up as part of an ability is kind of is also a moment of, oh, they care about a Super Nintendo game. But it felt more novel, more striking. It felt like more of a statement with Squeak Squad specifically.
And Adeline showing up in Kirby 64, even if she has a different name and they question if she's even the same character, but
Yes.
clearly a reference.
Yes. It was all so like that's neat, and like you have Mrs. Moley shows up, so it's a little thing, but that's continuity. That's there's some continuity with what modern Kirby was, contemporary Kirby was at that era, to what classic Kirby was. Even I guess 10 years prior. Um, someone in chat mentioned earlier worst story in the series. I mean, yeah.
I think it's funny. I don't hate the story.
It's funny, but yeah. It's not like Kirby
although it it starts out well. I think it starts out in exactly the way it should. I don't have any problems with going on the quest for a piece of cake. I think that's great. I don't feel it ends on as dramatic of a note in order to make that contrast really work. Like, it needs to do a Sam and Max thing of, like, going to these absolutely ridiculous heights from nothing.
Kirby drives a car onto the moon.
Yeah, for that kind of humor to actually land, I think. Dark Nebula is too much of a punk ass bitch, basically.
Squeak Squad is the game where people go. The story starts with Kirby, his cake being stolen, and he defeats an elder god, and like, yeah, but Dark Nebula sucks.
Yeah,
like literally make it any other evil blah thingy, or just give Dark Nebula a fucking second phase. Good lord.
Yeah. When I was a kid, I was all like, "That's it." Oh, surely they gotta have a second phase. Like, it's obvious that was nothing. And then, wait, they're not gonna have one. Oh my god, they're actually not going to have one. Wow. Like, I thought that was just required at that point. Wow.
Kirby, you're
And then the
better than
credits
this,
rolled.
buddy. Come sit down here. You got something you want to talk about, man? It's cool. It's cool. Here, I've got an extra slice of cake. I'll give it to you. You just wanna. It's cool, bud. It's cool.
Yeah. My heart just dropped when I saw the text scroll happen. I was like, oh no.
I'd even forgive thinking that Squeak Squad was going somewhere, because Amazing Mirror pulled the gimmick of having the credits scroll during the final boss fight, which I don't think I ever put together, that it kind of is just doing credits, huh? Not really credits, but like you you have to treat Dark DeRoach as the final boss. Yeah. I mean, yeah. If
Anyway, I have to wrap up pretty soon, so.
Oh, okay. Right. Sorry. It. I guess real quick, Amazing Mirror is an experiment that I think was worthwhile to do. A Kirby game probably should have come out around that time. I don't know that Squeak Squad was a worthwhile experiment in the same way as Amazing Mirror.
Yeah. I'd put it above Canvas Curse myself, but that's just me. Like, it's fine, but relative to the rest of the Kirby games, I think, like, it's okay, but way low in relative to other Kirby games.
I think I'd agree with that, yeah.
I like Superstar Stacker distinctly more. I think it's going for more fun things.
I think that's fair. It both have really good joke, but I think Superstar Stacker's really good joke is better.
And it's a game that has more reason to exist, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, I need to get going now. So.
All right, so we'll go ahead and wrap here. A little under halfway. That's pretty good. We'll I don't know that we'll finish this next time, but we'll get pretty close anyway. Maybe we'll start earlier next time.
Yeah, we'll see.
I don't know, but solid starting point. If be sure to tune in next week as we continue to discuss such important Kirby titles as Waddle Doom, Team Kirby Clash Deluxe, and Super Smash Bros. For the Nintendo 3DS.
And if you couldn't have made a better pitch.
You know it. All right. Thank you for joining us. We hope you all had fun, and we will catch you on the next stream.
Catch you next time.